welcome in to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way this one. We are about to head into the most competitive day in Brawl history, my friend. Are you ready?
What's good, Brawlers? Welcome to another monthly finals. In fact, one of the last ones. This is where we figure out who's going to Worlds. I'm excited. Also, I'm F-Dot, and that's ready. And we are both excited to get things going. Ready? How you feeling, bro?
Feeling great, man. It's a bit of an early morning for Brawl Esports, but we show up, we come out for LATAM South for the last one of the year, and really this does not disappoint at all because while we do have two frontrunners in this region, 3 teams are competing for that last spot, and it's going to be very, very intense throughout the day.
Absolutely. 3 spots in total. We'll get into the nitty-gritty for sure, but we'll do a little bit of a rewind just in case this is the first time you're joining us and you're getting ready to jump into Worlds. So essentially, each and every month, we run a top 8 single elimination bracket. It's the same format as Power Match that you play at home. So we have picks and bans and the whole 9 yards. We're going to do best of threes as well, up until those semifinals, and then when we get into the semis and of course the finals, we'll crank it up to best of 5 best of 3. So definitely want to keep your eye on how the competition kind of unfolds from there. But this is the bracket that we're looking at. These are our top teams coming out of the Latin American South region. AC Milan Qlash and Chasmac Gaming already locked and loaded. They're going to Worlds. We'll see you later. See ya. However, that last spot ready, like we said, is up for grabs. But take a look at these quarterfinals. You know, listen, no disrespect to One or Mystic. I'm going to lean on AC and Chasmac to keep on doing what they've done this year. I think they'll be up on top. And then as far as ZerøZone and the Vatra matches, I think those are the teams that'll show up as well. So I'm looking at these and I'm making my predictions here, and I'm feeling pretty good about them, honestly.
I'm feeling good about my predictions too because this region has proven to be pretty consistent. Really, the main event of last month was seeing a reverse sweep in that grand final between Chasmac and AC Milan Qlash. Chasmac taking it that W. As far as kind of some of those scenarios for what could possibly happen, ZerøZone, they're firmly in the lead here. It really comes down to what Vatra and Portuguesa Esports can pull out today. If Portuguesa win their quarterfinal and the other quarterfinal is lost by ZerøZone, then they can possibly go to Worlds, but that's a lot of, you know, crossing your fingers. Hopefully ZerøZone loses their quarterfinals match, and ZerøZone, they've had a good streak throughout the year. For Vatra to qualify, they have to make it to the grand finals, and if they're met there by ZerøZone, they have to take them down. Those are the qualifying scenarios for those other 2 teams. For the time being, though, ZerøZone, they can kind of have a sigh of relief and feel safe just for a little bit, though.
Just for a little bit. That's really the key there. And we've put our predictions down for fun, but you guys can toss your predictions. Go to event.brawlstars.com. You can earn some rewards this month around. We've got a special spray for you guys to get involved. So thanks for watching, but make sure to tune into event.brawlstars.com to go that extra mile. And this is what we've been talking about this entire time because honestly, this is really what matters. First and second place, locked and loaded. They're going to Paris, folks. They will be at the Brawl Stars World Championship. That third spot, though, ZerøZone, it's theirs at the moment. But you can see 460, 420, 370. These third, fourth, and fifth place teams ready are very, very close. And after today's competition, like you broke it down, any one of those teams could wind up in that third spot, and whoever is in that third spot at the end of today, that's it. They're going. We'll see them in Europe.
And just to reiterate, it's possible for all 3 of these guys to claim that third place spot. It just gets harder and harder as you go down the places. Once again, Vatra, they have to make it to the grand finals and beat ZerøZone if ZerøZone makes it there as well in order to take that spot for themselves. Portuguesa Esports have to do much of the same, but also rely on ZerøZone losing their quarterfinal matchup. So it is going to be a tough climb to the top for 5th place out here. For 4th place, still going to be a difficult journey, not in the realm of impossible. And ZerøZone, once again, they cannot really let their guard down just yet, because if Vatra do make it to the grand final, ZerøZone have to go there as well.
That's the tough stuff, is that there's going to be competition through the entire day. Once we get to the grand finals, I think we'll still not know who is making it to the larger competition, but let's zoom out real quick and show you who else is going to that larger competition as we take a look at our leading teams from across the world. A number of teams are locked in here. We have one more spot left for EMEA, that's the European and Middle Eastern region. Then we've got 2 spots left from North America and LATAM North, and then of course 1 spot for LATAM South that we've been talking about. Everyone else, they're going. You'll see Reply Totem, you'll see Tribe, you'll see SK Gaming in the building, you'll see everybody else here. So definitely a lot of teams that you know and love already lined up, but we've got to find out who's joining them. And here in LATAM South, that's exactly what we're doing. So let's get into it, ready. You know, we've got our top 8 locked and loaded. We talked a little bit about our predictions. AC Milan Qlash, one of the strongest teams in the region, one of the stronger teams in the world, quite frankly. They're your number 1 team. But of course, we've seen them bleed before. 1FA are going to try and do that. But AC Milan Qlash just have been so strong, so consistent. And I think this is a big part of why. You know, these guys, they play together in person. You see them so often kind of talking things. They're used to playing at a high level together as a unit, ready. And I think that's one of the bigger points here when we look at successful teams.
And some call it boot camping, but for AQM, it seems like this is just how they operate, right? They are always all in the same room. They're always all in the comms. And this is a part of having that consistency, is having a consistent setting as well. But not to take away from just how insanely good these guys are at this game. There's a reason why this team was the first, if not one of the first teams to lock in their world qualification spot. And they're currently scraping the limits of what you can achieve in points as well. They've gotten 5 wins, 5 grand finals victories in this region so far throughout the year. Chasmac Gaming could be across the board to challenge them today, but they're also going to have to go through some challenging teams too. That said, AC Milan Qlash, remarkably good team and remarkably consistent as well.
5 wins is a large majority, by the way. This isn't a weekly tournament. This is a monthly tournament. So when you hear 5 grand, that's insane. So 1 free agents, they have their work cut out for them. Shout out to Nice Shot over here. We'll see how good and how nice those shots wind up being, as him and his squad are going to go head-to-head against the number 1 team. So it's 1 versus number 1. And honestly, Reddy, I think that, you know, for a team like 1, this is a lot easier than it might seem. I think it's the end of the year. It's like you're going up against the number 1 squad, so there's not a lot of expectations. By easy, I don't mean it will be easy on the field, but I think a lot of people look at this matchup and you've got to be in your head. You've got to be thinking about, you know, the people across the field. But I think at this point in the game, just go out there and play what you're good at, you know? I think that just nothing to worry about, man. Just go out there and play.
No doubt. I mean, not a whole lot to lose for them in terms of points here. Of course, there's still cash money prize at stake, which is a huge consideration. But also, I wouldn't be ready to count these guys out just yet because, sure, while they are not really up on the leaderboard there with some of our more familiar teams in those top ranks, they have picked up a pretty good player recently, one called Exit, that has been in 4 monthly finals this year so far. So they're strengthening the roster a little bit. And they also did make it to semifinals last month. They took down Portuguesa, and they're sitting in 5th place right now. So definitely a potential to at least take a single set off of AQM. Once again, though, we got to recognize it's AQM, but still, it's 1FA, right? They got something special to make it here, and they got something special to make it last month to the semis.
Absolutely. I think that's really the biggest thing to take home is that, 1, they have been here before. They played against Portuguesa, who Portuguesa are a team that I think has always had the potential to kind of punch above their weight class. We've seen Portuguesa beat teams that they're not supposed to, and that's kind of pretty cool. So if you're going to wind up and looking at like the transitive property, so to speak, and see 1 versus Portuguesa, all right, maybe we've got something going here. And if there's any team you want to do that up against, it's going to be AQM. On the other side, you know, let's touch this one real quick. AC Milan Qlash are already qualified. Now, I think there are some people out there that might go, all right, fine, I'll put my feet up and hang out and you know, not really care. That's not how AC Milan Qlash play. I expect them to come out here today, even though they're already qualified. There's literally, like, if they lose, really nothing happens. I still expect them to come out and bring their A game. This is a team that doesn't know how to take it easy.
And I also think, right, that's a consistency of mindset that they have to have, is they always have to be bringing their A game, because this is pretty much their warm-up for World Finals, because that's coming up next month, and they have to make sure that they are in the right mindset, because there is not any Brawl Stars esports, so there's no BSC sort of competition until World. So this is their last shot in the sort of the official sense, in the World Finals sense of getting some good games in. So once again, they have to be bringing their A game, and they have to maintain this mindset for over a month actually from now.
That's going to be kind of tough, I think. But as a number one team that's been around the block, I think that's a little bit easier. Oh no, our friend in bits and pieces there, but we'll see which team winds up putting it all together. AC Milan Qlash versus 1FA. Free agents out there. Shouts to any orgs taking a look. But we're starting things on Shooting Star. It's a bounty map. And so right away you can see our bands focused on those bounty characters. Piper, one of the stronger characters that you got to be aware of. And then right there, Bonnie showing up. Listen, long range is always what I personally prioritize when it comes down to bounty. And the answer with Lola, I think, is a great look.
I like it too, because Lola actually does have the exact same range as Bonnie, and it's one of those things that you just kind of got to see to believe, but also Lola can fare pretty well versus any closer range ideas. Now AC Milan Qlash are going to fire right back with two of the longest range brawlers in the game, really taking away 1FA's options. So they still have pick number 6. They can still go for something a little bit tricky if they want to get in range of AC Milan Qlash, but B is going to be very, very challenging to fight into. She has that super that can slow you down. She gets crazy damage at long range as well. Janet, I'm surprised this one made it through the draft, actually. And she'll be able to, once again, get in close range when she pops down from that super. Maybe pick up some kills on tick here and there, but she still has to get in range of targets to touch them to begin with.
I like the Janet pick. I think, I'm not sure that one, we're definitely going to go into a tank area, but with the B selection, you kind of take that option away. And so one has to kind of like make sure that they find a choice that isn't going to be immediately countered by the other squad. And we're going to come right in here. Blue Star goes over to the free agents. And Cowdog here, that's the player that I usually take a look at to really do a lot of the heavy lifting here. On the B today, what are you expecting to see?
Well, Cowdog loves this B, and I'm expecting pretty much the quintessential LATAM South B gameplay to nothing short of impress us. And once again, even tripping that mine from exit, he's not going to go down. He stays at just perfect range. AC Milan Qlash, despite having these long-range characters that are quite vulnerable in close range, will do such an amazing job of pushing back their enemies. It was essential that they did as well. 1FA did manage to get that blue star without taking any losses as well, which is kudos to them. But now the lead belongs to AC Milan Qlash. A minute left on the clock for 1FA to do the same thing to AC Milan Qlash, push them all the way against their spawn and pick up a kill from there.
That's the thing when it comes to bounty, when we see this style of bounty play, which I think is really classic, and personally, this is my preferred meta game, if you will, when it comes to bounty. Just real passive, real sit back, long range sharpshooters. I think it lends itself to really meticulous play. AC Milan Qlash, they don't want to do anything until they have to. We saw them need to push forward because that blue star, like you were mentioning, but now sitting on the back foot. As we count down the second tier, usually around 15, 12 if you want to be specific about it, that's where we'll see the final push coming in here ready. And so the red team is starting to kind of find their stances, but they've got to push forward pretty soon if they want to look for that bum rush.
Yeah, the clock is ticking down. Here comes a freeze frame as well from Jexer on the left side. Motep jumping out, a jump in from Weepy. Got to get some damage on Dog, but they're not able to circle that obstacle in time to get the pinch on a Dog, and it is going to be a narrow victory there for AC Milan Qlash. Very surgical, I will say, from FA, simply because they were able to push back so well without getting taken down even once. And that really blew me away seeing the lane matchup versus VT Zim, because he was getting solid damage versus Jexer on that Lola on the left lane for the entire game. And towards the end, Jexer was able to kind of push up. We also saw 1FA, they didn't take any casualties on offense there at the end. So these guys, it looks like they really know what they're doing. But unfortunately, that tick head does find its way onto Janet. We're going to see that lead just compound onto AC Milan Qlash's side.
I'm actually gonna go the opposite direction. The fact that we didn't see any casualties on the side of one as they pushed forward, I think was a negative. I think it's a negative that they didn't push hard enough. I wound up putting my hands up in the air like, y'all didn't really do anything. That last rush, 15 seconds, 12 seconds to go, you've got to go all in, because even if you die, you hope that you make the trade out. You've got to push forward and go all in. One looked like they were just content to kind of sit on their hands and lose that one, which obviously that wasn't the game plan. They just weren't as aggressive as they needed to be. Aggression coming out of Milan Qlash, and it'll wind up as a nice kill, but a trade out 5-3.
Yeah, the lack of commitment there is definitely a fair criticism as well, because it looks like we could have seen a pinch there onto Kyodog towards the end of the game in the last one. He did have that power-up B, which is something that you absolutely have to be mindful of going into this. Great super there landed by Exit. It'll make Kyodog a lot easier for him to take down. Kyodog still running that shield star power though, so he has a little bit more health effectively in some of these long-range matchups, but now tagged up, that could be a little bit tough. Weepy with a jump in and then a super out as well. Not able to connect those shots, but definitely able to stir things up on the back lines. 10 seconds left and not much health for 1FA to do anything. Great pinch on the left side and a super 4 from Motep. A takedown of Jexer. Exik also feeling the heat with Kyodog, and a takedown and a perfect team wipe by AC Milan Qlash to finish up this first set.
Fantastic work there by AC Milan Qlash here. And listen, game number one, unfortunate. One, I think, really dropped the ball there. I wanted to see much more aggression, this, that, and a third. They fixed that, to their credit. In the end of the second game, we saw them really push forward. We saw them really try to be aggressive and make it happen. However, AC Milan Qlash was ready for it, and Motep made this one happen, sitting there in the mid lane as that timer was counting down, made sure that everybody was about half HP. So if they went in, they would just be walking into a slaughter. There was no even chance for one to walk forward. Motep really, really did the work there. And although one was able to kind of change their game plan, AC Milan Qlash were ready for it, and that's that. They take set number one, Bounty in the pocket, and now we head to Heist.
Yeah, Heist is going to be a much different one as well, because this was really based around control, kind of slowing down the pace of the game to make things that much more viable for AQM, having a lot more control over things. Kaboom Canyon is going to have some of those kind of control elements, because the middle of the map is going to be an important area to contend if you can. You can also decide to just burn the whole thing if you want to go for an Amber pick, but this is a pretty popular brawler to ban as well, simply because lately she's gotten very popular being played as a lane brawler. That said, there's still some funny things that you can run here. You can get like a Gale jump pad into mid, endless Daryl's firing away at your enemy's safe, but that goes directly counter to what we saw AQM using in Bounty, where they're more control-based, and Heist actually tends to favor more aggressive playstyles too.
Which, I mean, that's one of the cool things about these top teams, is that from game mode to game mode, they are able to kind of change things around. So although we saw a little bit more passivity over when it comes down to Bounty, like I said, I mean, that's the way I like to play Bounty. Maybe they will turn things completely around here when it comes down to Heist, as they have to kind of change things up. If they win this, then they move on to the semis just like that. Of course, if they lose, then we head to knockout, and we see who winds up breaking that tie, so to speak, in our early quarterfinals. But I'm looking at how AQM played earlier, and I've got a lot of faith. You brought up the new player, Exik, and what he was able to do on that right side lane, and what he brings to the squad. How much faith do you have in Exik being able to kind of lift this team up a little bit?
It's all about just being that one-man army, right? Being the mechanics guy, right? You have the baseline of a couple of great players that got the great comms, and they're able to support you in your sort of mechanical, very aggressive endeavors. And I think that Heist is also one of those modes that really favors players who can kind of go off on their own as well. Carl is one of those brawlers that comes to mind on Kaboom Canyon in particular because you're able to stay on those backlines for a very long time. We will see one FA get rid of the Gale, though, because they are very, very aware that AC Milan Qlash might go for a funny brawler like this. Also getting rid of the B, which I think is a great call, and the Colette, since she's so great at countering tanks. AC Milan Qlash, they're acknowledging the B as well, getting rid of some tank counters, and also picking up the Carl as their very first pick. Now, this is very bold to go for a tank as your first pick because there are abundant counters, but since all of them have been banned out, at least all the most popular ones, this could get a little hairy for 1FA.
Yeah, I mean, Carl just one of the stronger guys. You know, we've sat through a Carl meta pretty much all summer. Now coming down to into fall, players have kind of learned how to answer it a little bit. But Carl, still very strong, banned out last time around when we went to Bounty. And so with the Pam and the Bonnie pick, I honestly, that's where I expected to see some Daryl, some sort of Carl cancel. All right, we got, okay, we've got Otis locked in here. Talk to me about the Starfish guy.
Yeah, Otis, I mean, he's a cool dude. He does a little graffiti here and there. I would not recommend vandalism to you guys, but Otis seems to do a pretty good job of it, vandalizing the enemy sometimes as well. And he's kind of been spraying some paint over the meta as well, because with his star power coming into the game, giving him more shots, that's definitely a damage upgrade for him. He also got a recent buff within the last patch, which makes him just a generally good brawler. But he can also shut down some tanks because he has that Starfish that silences enemies. And we'll see that 1FA, they decide to not go with any of that at all. In fact, it's a little bit surprising that they didn't go for the Otis themselves, but I kind of saw the Lola coming from a mile away. This is a very clear tank counter, but once again, is still going to struggle into Carl, actually. If Carl gets a gadget and then a super onto Lola, there's not a whole lot she can do, because while she can pump out a ton of damage, she just can't do it in a short enough period of time to take down Carl while he's in the middle of that super. But what we can see here is 1FA, they've taken a very control-centric approach here, especially with the Pam on the left side. It's a very unconventional pick for Bounty, but it's going to be fantastic for control. Mission number 1, though, is getting into the mid lane, and they have to get at least one takedown on a lane in order to make it there to begin with.
Oh, here comes the flight from Janet, looking for the kill on that mid laner. Not going to happen. Weepy, though, made the rotation from right side and is able to find BT Zim once he lands. Carl goes off of the top, Cowdog by himself. And things seem to be going pretty well as everybody's falling back. Everybody on one, that is, falling back to take care of Cowdog. Almost 25% done by the aggressive Carl play.
I was about to call that a misplay too as well, because Weepy circled back to help out Exit in case he needed help getting a pinch, but Carl voluntarily pinched himself in that back right-hand corner. Meanwhile, though, Jexer still was able to maintain control of mid. It doesn't seem to affect Carl, though. Carl just 100% commits on that safe, and 1FA have to fire back with the exact same fury. Motep also is going to fall to that Mama Squeeze turret. Some spinning and a lot of damage coming in on that safe for AC Milan Qlash. 1FA taking some damage of their own. In fact, I'm kind of waiting to see when Carl falls in that kill feed on their side, but for now, Jexer has found the position. This is exactly what I'm talking about. The one-man army can make it all happen by himself on this scene.
Love this choice here by 1FA. I think a lot of other teams might get afraid, but Carl isn't going to do as much damage as two brawlers on the, so that's the one that you take that loss, right? Whatever damage Carl is going to go ahead and do more safe, you're going to go and just lay into AQM's safe. 18% remaining for the blue team, but you can take a look. Carl going in one more time, taking care of him quickly. It's Wimpy on the good side, although immediately answered back. Just a couple of percent separate our squads, and as we count down from 10 at the moment, AQM in the lead. But Jixer, right side of your screen, finds a couple of shots. AQM still have the lead thanks to the play up top, and just barely they'll take game 1.
Photo finished right there, and hats off to FA because they did a fantastic job, but a win is a win, and it's for AC Milan Qlash this time. And it leads us into a match point. A lot hinges on this game. Even if one FA managed to take this one, they still got to fight the rest of the way through this set. But after their performance in the very first game, AC Milan Qlash might be getting a run for their money too. We'll see how well they're able to hang on to mid for the time being, because last game, one FA did actually a pretty good job of forcing them out of this area. The super in from Kyodog, though, is really going to start things up. So much damage, even a kill on Dejector, too. Exik is going to be the next to fall as well. A team wipe, all thanks to the Carl, too. And this is really, I think, a good call-out by Carl, because he knew just how much value he was going to be able to derive from that Carl pick, especially because 1FA decided that they were going to do absolutely nothing to counter Carl. They have no stuns, so he gets free kills just by using a super and by equipping the protective pirouette star power. But we'll see how 1FA reacts now, because they have a little bit more time, but really the clock is not necessarily working against them. It's VTZim that threatens to end this match before the timer expires.
Yeah, just pitching a tent and camping up on top. No questions asked. VTZim just laughing his way to the bank. Ha ha ha. AQM find themselves in the semifinals just like that. The boys, look, they look happy, but it's just another day in the gym for them. You know, that really, there was a moment where one could have taken and ran with it, I think, in that game. But after that, the reason top teams are top teams is not necessarily because better than you, like, period, end of story. That's part of it. But it's also that they're great at adjusting and adapting. So one comes through and they make it pretty close. They make it pretty tight. And they go, all right, what went wrong? Why were they that close? All right, don't let it happen again. And then bam, we see game two. And that's the mark of a great team.
And I think also, like, one kind of, what we saw, the difference between game number 1 and game number 2 is they tried a different strategy, but the difference in strategy was basically just being more desperate, unfortunately, because that's pretty much exactly what it looked like. In Bounty, they were committing way more on that final push, but then they got team wiped. And then in Heist, they decided that they were going to completely ignore any damage on their safe, and they just decided we're going to fully commit. And what happened? Well, their enemies are taking their safe down to about 11%, and they have yet to knock off more than like 12% of the enemy's safe. And that is also just kind of one of the areas that you can fall into, but also we got to give them credit where credit is due for trying new things when they recognized that they didn't get a win. Like, yes, it was working, it got them close, but it wasn't a win, and wins are what matters here. Wins are what go up on the scoreboard.
Absolutely. I mean, that's at the end of the day, you know, you can take home all the lessons and all the VOD review and it. You gotta win the game, boys. And AQM does just that. They find themselves in the semifinals. And that brings us to our next quarterfinal matchup, KDI Gaming versus ZerøZone. So ZerøZone are one of the squads that we've seen be successful in the past. We like to take a look at these guys and just kind of get excited about what Alonso and friends can bring. What's your take on ZZ?
ZZ, we've seen very solid things from them pretty much throughout the year. They firmly locked themselves in this third place after pretty much a year of hard work as well. As far as consistency, they have consistently been making it to the semifinals and have kind of struggled to scrape those grand finals as well. The main consideration is that Chasmac and AQM are going to also be consistently making those semifinals, and it doesn't matter, right, how well ZerøZone does in that quarterfinal. There's going to be an AQM or there's going to be a Chasmac waiting for them in that semi, and that is really the biggest hurdle for them.
KDI on the other side. We've got Prosy here on screen, and we can see they've got their own t-shirts, so that's always a nice look. I'm not even being funny. I think that that's important. You know, you guys, you're putting forward the effort, right? A lot of times, the beauty of Brawl Esports is that you and two friends might just wind up at the monthly finals. Like, that can actually just happen. And we've seen it happen, where these teams come kind of out of nowhere. Sometimes we might know who the players are. They're just being funny about it. But realistically, anybody can show up and get here. So when I see, all right, we've got like at least a t-shirt going, that means it's one step above that, and you're playing in the Pro-Am scene. You've got your team going together. And so KDI here, I want to see what they're able to do against one of the more established squads like ZerøZone, because that's what you want to do when you're one of these up-and-coming teams like KDI, is really put yourself to a higher and higher challenge each and every time. Going up against AC Milan Qlash, that might just be a wash. But here, ZerøZone, this is a competitive team that isn't quite the top, and I think this is where KDI wants to find themselves, and really this is where you get to work your muscles.
And exactly, and KDI, right, this is also a roster that we have not seen yet this year, but we have seen some of the players as well on different rosters, especially from KIB. 3 of the members of this roster are from KIB Esports earlier on in the year, making some consistent monthly finals as well. And even though it's the end of the competitive season for the year, it is pretty much a new beginning for these guys, shifting over from one roster to the next, obviously repping the merch. This is a commitment as well, and I really hope to see these guys pull out something good here, because we'll probably see them back next year, hopefully as this same roster, because really staying together for a good amount of time is key to learning each other's tendencies, learning each other's mechanics, developing those synergies too. So this could be a good precursor for next year from KDI Gaming, but once again, they have the potential to have a serious hand in whether ZerøZone goes to Worlds.
That's a big deal. You're not wrong. We were talking a little bit earlier about how all of these teams can kind of find themselves in or at the World Championship. I'm trying to pull up my notes here real quick, because ZerøZone have one of the more arduous pathways. I believe it's not quite easy for ZerøZone to kind of find themselves in the good stuff. So KDI, definitely, this is where they're sort of licking their chops, getting excited, because this is a situation where KDI, they've got a real competitor in front of them, but it's a tangible competitor, and something that they can absolutely find themselves on the top side of winning. We're going to jump in here, 2-hour matchup, and right away we're taking a look at Double Swoosh, my friend Teddy's favorite map. Gem Grab will be the game mode that we are playing as we take a look here. And, oh, this is a cool view, actually. I like when we get down on the ground to, brawler vision. Let's see where everything's going. At the end of the day, Double Swoosh has some interesting components to it with so much grass. I think that really changes some of the characters that we get a chance to see here already. Sometimes we see more melee characters on this map than you might expect.
Exactly, and we saw the new environment, right? And with that new environment comes a new brawler, Sam. And if you've been playing any ladder recently, you've probably developed a hatred for Sam. But competitive players, don't worry. You guys have something in common, right? You both have a hatred for Sam. This brawler can be a real X factor, but in the current meta, where Otis is so strong, that just adds one more name to the list of brawlers that make playing a tank impossible. You only see tanks as pick number 6, and while Sam could appear here, he would be very challenging to play, depending on what KDI Gaming does to prepare. ZerøZone also want to pick up some brawlers, and exactly, they're going to go for the 2 brawlers that can seriously shut down tanks while also playing it safe. Amber, going to be a fantastic lane, can also burn up those bushes, going to make it a lot harder to play tanks. Also, Penny can deny any tanky ideas. And KDI Gaming, while it would be a huge risk for them to go for something closer range earlier on, pick 6 still could bode a little bit interestingly for them in terms of possible tank pick. Here's the bow, though. It's going to be a great mid, also great for breaking open some walls. Pick 5 on the way.
The Amber selection, I always love Amber as, personally, I'm really into utility. I'm really into affecting the game in ways that we don't see on the scoreboard. And Amber might as well be the poster child for that archetype, right? The way we play Double Swoosh, we have, like I said, we pay attention to some short-range brawlers, some tanks, although the current meta kind of shies away. But Amber just changes that. What if we got rid of all the things that make you want to pick those characters? Because you can just burn up the grass. And so it changes the way you're going to play this map. The Colette last selection here will work wonders against the Pam. How do you feel about her at large against everybody else?
I actually really like her versus Bonnie as well, because she boasts similar range. One of Bonnie's main features is that she is just so tanky. As you can see, top right corner of your screen at 7,200 health. Now, she is going to be laning versus Amber, where she is markedly outranged, and that's another reason why Amber is just such a good brawler right now. Even when bushes are not an immediate concern, she just has the range, and those shots last for a while on the field, so she can get some decent long-range control with him as well. But the more popular strategy is just hold down that auto-aim button and flamethrower burst your enemies from long range. Great positioning, repositioning from Alonso, not only to move forward, but get out of reach of Bonnie, because that's going to be one of his central threats. He doesn't have anything to deal with Bonnie in close range, so Bonnie can still have some counterplay, but it comes down to execution. Very aggressive mid-play as well from no one who's going to have to move back. And Alonso once again returns to this right lane matchup. KDI Gaming can pick up a few more gems here, but it's a wide open mid.
Look how quickly ZerøZone went to get rid of a lot of the grass coverage here. That was, as soon as they selected Amber, they changed their game plan straight up. It's allowed their team to be so much more aggressive. And because of that, we see 2 gems on the side of KDI, and we are in the countdown for the blue team. Jump forward on the right lane, and the player is gone, so no big deal. A nice little turnaround as far as a 1 kill is concerned. You can see here at the bottom, all 10 gems on 1 player, and done, son. Nice and easy, in all honesty. ZerøZone looking like they really came to play. They know what's at stake here, and they want to go to Europe.
And I believe that ZerøZone, not only are they fantastic at this game, but they picked up on a few of the mistakes that are being made here on the opposite side of the arena. One that stood out to me a lot was when we saw Bonnie jump forward, she presses Alonso more aggressive than he would like to be, which is a great opportunity for Prazi to come in from the left side and pinch Alonso, get a free kill, turn this into a 3v2 instead of a 3v3, but we just didn't see that happen, and I hope to see KDI Gaming work on that a little in this upcoming game. We'll see Alonso, though, burn open some of these bushes. It's going to make it a lot harder for Tano to lane versus him. Also, Prazi looking to farm up that super so he can break open some walls, because if he's not able to get that very soon, no one is going to get to set up a turret here pretty soon. There's the takedown of some of those bushes and some mines on the field that Penny's going to have to deal with.
No worries there. I think Penny's more than willing to just get rid of that, no problem. Much less focus on the Amber burn here. As Amber gets jumped on, Bonnie kind of nowhere close. Alonso just gives the old backstep, but the game much closer than last time around. 9 gems in total are out. Make that 10, and we're split down the middle. So much more mid-control coming out from KDI than we saw in game number 1. Although Cass is cursed, as soon as I say that, Alonso steps forward, so does Loco. 2 players down, and ZerøZone have mid-control.
Alonso's going to be very tough to move out of this position because he does have the range advantage. Even Prazi might feel some of the heat, some of the fire and flames. Meliodas on the left side also getting a narrow dodge of that super. Loco going to press forward with Gotcha active, healing up from his shots too. Then expire pretty soon. Prazi with a big push forward. He absolutely has to commit on this, otherwise it is an L. 10 seconds left. Meliodas with a huge push forward on the left side. Alonso still defending so well with that range and the sustain of his shots. No one is nowhere to be seen on the back line, safely guarded with these gems, and it's a set 1 for ZerøZone.
Beautiful play there. Zeta win, they say, as they get ready for their own win. ZerøZone here, like I said, playing like they understand what's at stake. Basically, you know, we went through these really complicated qualification scenarios for these squads, but ZerøZone, just win. That's the idea. Make it to grand finals and win. Hope that Vatra loses. If you make it to grand finals against Vatra, guess what? Y'all gotta beat Vatra. That's how you get there. And I think that when there's a complicated, like, you know, who will make it, things can be a little blurry. But here, just win. You have to have like this type of attitude. And the second game was closer than the first, but it still looked like it was ZerøZone all the way. And so as we head to open zone here for our next map ready, I really expect this one to be another 2-0, more so as an indication of ZerøZone's mindset than anything else.
I mean, it looks like what you're saying is the bottom side of the scoreboard is going to look like more of a ZerøZone than the top side of the scoreboard. And I'm with you on that, too. I'm with you on that one, right? Because ZerøZone has looked very consistent. Also, KDI Gaming, they're making a handful of mistakes here, and it looks like they're a fresh face here, right? And they're all fantastic players, as has been proven by the fact that they are here and the fact that they have qualified for many monthly finals in the past. But the synergies are not there because the team play is just a little bit lacking. Now, there is time for them to get that back together in open zone, but they absolutely have to fight as a team given how open this map is. It's called open zone for a reason, guys. And try not to get staggered as well and play as individuals, because that is the main antithesis of any team here.
The ants go marching one by one, and there is no hurrah, hurrah. That is how you find yourself on the bad side, for sure. When we jump into these types of maps, one of the reasons I love Hot Zone is because of how much different things can be as we kind of change things up with respect to the characters that are selected, right? I think a lot of the area denial comes forward. That's where we look at for sure. On open zone specifically, though, what are some of the choices that you think come front and center?
I'm thinking B. You absolutely have to be considering this brawler because she can slow things down with her super. She can also keep things at range as well. Amber is another one that needs to be looked out for very, very carefully. Penny, I think we're really just kind of going through the brawlers that were picked by ZerøZone on Double Swoosh, because those brawlers, they are not only good in the current meta, but they are extremely good on this map specifically. As you can see, these just large bushes that reach all the way from your spawn till pretty much mid. That left area is where you, as a friendly Penny, want to be, because you can harass enemies at mid. It's also where a Penny on the flip side is going to be if they are on the enemy team. So if you have an Amber, you're going to try and burn open that bush as soon as you can. Speed gear is a very, very real thing. Bushes are basically just speed tiles that get you that much closer to mid. So if you can get rid of them for your enemy, then that is a huge asset.
Bands coming in here, no B, so everybody kind of hearing that conversation. No Bonnie as well, which, thank you. I don't hate her, to be honest with you, but we just see Bonnie all the time. So by removing the stance switcher, I think we get to see a little bit more variance in our draft. So first pick, Stu, one of my favorite characters. I think Stu's one of the characters that can really change the way it's played in the hands of a great player. And with us watching the BSC, we're watching some of the best players out here. So we'll see how Stu does against Lola and Janet.
We'll have to see. Janet is a peculiar one because while she can get some good disruption onto the back lines, she is going to be a little tougher to play in terms of getting that mid control, because her super, all it does is put her up in the air and she flies around for a bit. Yeah, she's invincible, but she can't really do anything else except maybe get some damage here and there. Where KDI is really going to derive the value of Janet is getting that brawler onto the back lines, because that bush, that could be such a great asset for you for transporting your friendly brawlers towards mid, can also be one of your greatest weaknesses. And this is common to a few hot zone maps. Another one that comes to mind is Ring of Fire. Yeah, Amber is going to be burning open some of those bushes. I think ZerøZone are going to try not to burn open their own bushes. They also go for the Colette so that KDI doesn't get any funny ideas with the tank last pick. Instead, they're going to be going for Bell. Once again, the draft looks to be very much in favor of ZerøZone, because we've seen them execute on these brawlers already, with the exception of Stu. But Stu is just such a great brawler here. He does get countered out a little bit by Lola, which is something that ZerøZone are going to have to play around.
How so? Why does Stu specifically get countered by Lola?
Yeah, and this is something that we should keep in mind about all brawlers who don't have piercing attacks, is that they're single target brawlers, and Lola, she can throw up that ego, and it tanks all the damage for her. And Stu really relies on chaining these supers together to get sustain on offense. And if he can't not charge up that super consistently because he's not actually hitting an enemy that charges it, that's a big weakness for him. It makes him pretty much a free kill for Lola. And so she doesn't get her super to begin with. She might get it a little bit later in the game, but the percentage is quickly ticking up for ZerøZone.
Almost 50% done here for the blue team. Red Squad has not even toe-tapped the hot zone whatsoever. There we go. See the first entry. Literally 1% from KDI. I'm not sure if they're going to be... All right, there's two. We'll see if they're able to milk their position just yet. But as Janet takes to the sky, not enough damage on Alonso just yet. The turnaround is good. And everyone from ZerøZone standing up tall. And we're counting towards the top. Great play by ZerøZone after KDI jumps forward.
Right lane looking like a bit of a wasteland. Alonso has shaped this exactly according to how he wants it to look. No one is permitted to be in these bushes because there are no bushes. And we see once again Prazi circling overhead, trying to do anything in terms of damage, but just Janet is not it when it comes to getting value with that super. Unfortunate situation there, but that's just kind of how it goes. And kudos to ZerøZone for drafting the brawlers that they did and playing the way that they have. It's a match point coming in for them.
Come on, let me show you how it's done.
Love that choice. I think ZerøZone's choice of going with Alonso on the Amber and really, like you said, making this map the way ZerøZone wants it. They're going to keep their side, but kind of burn down the other. Also, Alonso was just fighting. We focus a lot on Amber's utility, but Amber can also just kill the other brawler, and Alonso was doing a lot of that here on the right lane. No one, on the other hand, holding it down on the left side until I say it. Great play by Nelly as our Colette player falls down.
And a potentially big pinch onto Loco, but it's not going to come to fruition with no one coming to the rescue on the left side. Loco's still in danger, though. Prazi circling overhead. He's going to have to retreat back into this bush, and Alonso can return to work in the exact same thing. Actually, Loco has a bloodlust on the left side. Prazi taking serious damage, but really, it's just about suppressing him and keeping that sustain at mid. No one, big super to the left side, does end up getting taken down, and Meliodas circles around that left side to take care of one of the speed zones. That gadget's going to go right back up, but we finally get to see some percentage from KDI Gaming.
And now things are very different because it's really tough to kind of retake and step onto the point when you don't have it. Now that KDI has it, even though it's 81-17, this could be a situation where KDI owns their spot. That said, ZerøZone are really pushing these players off of the point. Alonso here by himself, 1 versus 3, unable to find a kill. But that's more about ZerøZone. That's Alonso intelligently falling back, not willing to fall into that trap that we said before, getting staggered and playing 1v1.
No one is going to get to step on this point. Alonso also feeling the heat. No one going to get taken down. Loco has to stay alive as long as he can. 94% total now. And Loco also picks up a kill onto Prazi on the right side, lurking in these bushes. Has to stay alive to get a potential pinch onto the back lines. Tano is at risk. No one standing around this point too. There's a capture. And ZerøZone have taken the first quarter final. Very, very well done to them. Absolutely deserved. And for the enemy there, bit of a rough run there, but I can't wait to see these guys next year because I'm sure that they will stick together.
Yeah, hopefully, and again, these are strong players. They can find a new squad, but as we said, learning your teammates' tendencies and different styles of play, very important. And so when we look at some of the long-running teams here, we look at, you know, some of the teams over in North America like Tribe, some of the teams over in Europe that have been very successful. They are squads that have been lasting for a long time. And shout out to our homie Zeta, the defending world champions. They obviously have been sticking together. So we're getting together and finding those people. It might take a little while, you know, find your team, shift here and there, but once you kind of like, all right, we're doing it, sticking to that squad might be the right choice. ZerøZone one step closer to that world championship bid. They still have some winning to do, and they have to hope that Vatra has some losing to do. Not sure if that's going to happen, but we'll see how it all crumbles out because we still have 2 more quarterfinals to go.
We absolutely do, and I don't think they're going to disappoint, though. The first 2 have been 2 zeros. They have not been disappointing, and, well, they have not been upsets. Let's keep it a $150 there as well. But still, consistent stuff, and AC Milan Qlash and ZerøZone will be going head-to-head in the semifinals. Definitely going to be a challenge for ZerøZone and AC Milan Qlash. Once, like you said, I've thought just another day in the office, but I think the competition, once again, is going to ramp up with ZerøZone entering there and also best-of-5 format being introduced in the semis. Chasmac Gaming BR and Mystic Esports SA is going to be our next matchup on the docket, too. Now, Chasmac Gaming BR, if you remember from last month, they got a reverse sweep versus AC Milan Qlash in the grand finals, which which is definitely something that AC Milan Qlash has in recent memory and wants to get revenge. Mystic Esports SA as well, kind of being a recently picked up roster too, so I'm excited to see what these guys can pull out towards the end of the year.
Tough stuff here, because at the end of the year, you know, it's been a long and arduous journey for these squads. They've been playing the entire season, starting all the way in the spring and through different meta changes, different patches. I mean, you know, 6 weeks ago, Otis was a joke. Now he's one of the strongest characters. You have to, that's mentally taxing to stay locked in, loaded in, and ready to go this whole time. And now when it comes down here, you have to keep pushing forward. This is really that last stretch, and listen, I don't run much, but when you're doing a marathon, you've got to meter yourself a little bit. And so when it comes down to these types of competitions, Chasmac Gaming versus Mystic Esports SA, this is a lopsided mismatch, and Chasmac is a very strong team and Mystic on the come up. And like I said earlier before about AC Milan Qlash, this is not the opportunity for Chasmac, already qualified, to kind of take their foot off the gas. You might see some interesting new strategies, because this is a cool sort of place to go for that. But Chasmac Gaming are a top team that have earned their right to go to Paris to play in the World Championship, and they have to keep playing like that, because if you don't use it, you lose it.
Yeah, and maybe if they play really, really well today, they can get an extra plane ticket for the cat for Firegrow's background. Now, we don't see it this time, but hopefully the kitty cat.
Where's the cat?
Where is the cat, Firecrow? Firecrow's got, you know, we got some big questions here on the BSC broadcast. Maybe we'll see a surprise.
You think Firecrow will bring the cat to Worlds?
I sure hope so, but I know it's like a 99 to 1% chance. But still, you're saying there's a chance. Maybe once we hold 100 Brawl Stars World Finals, we'll actually get to see some friends make their entrance on the set. Anyway, usual stuff from CMG. Here's a nice shot from the side of Mystic. Now, once again, this is a recently signed roster, and I, in particular, am excited to see what these guys are capable of.
Always excited to see new talent, especially. And so here's my thing is I always get excited to see new talent towards the end of the season. When we see new talent towards the beginning of the season, if we see, you know, a new team or new players or both come in like month one and they get jumped on, all right, cool. But when it happens towards the end of the season, we get two things. One, we have a squad that doesn't really care about, listen, we're not going to make Worlds, we can't really get those points, but we care about improving in the team. Like, what you need to care about showing up to a late monthly finals where you're out of the running, that to me means a lot. And so I look at these teams, they're going to play, they're going to take a look at their VOD, they're going to go watch everybody play at Worlds, and maybe then they return next spring and they really go to work. That's why I get excited about seeing new squads this late into the running. So we'll see what Mystic Esports SA has to offer. But again, Chasmac Gaming BR already qualified for the World Championship, one of the strongest teams in the world. So we'll see what Mystic has to say across the way.
Yeah, and I definitely side with you here, right? I'm excited to see Mystic in a large part because, yes, this is a recently signed roster, but it's appearing towards the end of the year. And I think that speaks volumes in a lot of ways that, like you touched on, we're focused on improving. It's best to get those growing pains out of the way now instead of during the next competitive season where those points actually affect you. To draw a parallel to North America, we saw Vatra Amaterasu, right? Now known as Vatra Gaming, now known as Vatra, that is like actually going to go to the World Finals as long as they show up to the monthly finals next weekend. So unless they don't show up, they're going to Worlds. Vatra Gaming knows exactly what I'm talking about here. Is it's best to get those growing pains out of the way earlier on. So once again, this is a team that I'd love to see next year, but during the off season, it can be a little bit tough to stay together. Hopefully they get some good performance here that is very encouraging to continue with their endeavors. To start us off, it's Heist as well, a mode that is not as consistent as maybe our gem grabs and things, in that you can go for a base race, you can fully commit and diff your opponent from there. But Chasmac Gaming, they know this game really, really well. There's a reason they're going to Worlds, and they're not going to let this one slide them by unless there's just something tricky waiting them on the other side.
We will see. We will see. Picks and bans coming at you right here. Hot potato. And our bans said and done. No Otis, no Ruffs, and no Daryl. No Griff Stu either. So I'm taking a look at this, and definitely a lot of thought process coming out from Mystic Esports as far as Otis is just strong. Ruffs and Daryl, though, these are characters that kind of force you into positions that you don't want to be in, right? Daryl can kind of just roll forward, and obviously one of the stronger characters in Heist. And Colonel Ruffs, the Dogman, just don't want to play against him. First pick, Nita. Talk to me a little bit about it. I know that the bear has been changed a little bit to make her a little more attractive. First pick, though?
I got some questions too, F. I mean, look, there is abundant counterplay to Nita. So Chasmac Gaming BR are banking on a couple of things. Either that they're going to be able to pull out a pick that can break open some walls, because keep in mind, we saw the ban of Stu, so no breakthrough. The ban of Griff, no piggy bank. The ban of Colonel Ruffs, no wall break from that. How are they going to break down the walls? Because if they don't, they are extremely vulnerable to, say, a Barley. Now, that's a very, like, NA and EU mindset. We got to kind of get into the mindset of the dojo here in LATAM South. We'll see the counter of a tank picked as well. Colette, once again, she's going to be vulnerable versus Barley if a brawler like that is picked. So they got to make sure they cover their bases. Here's the Bull, actually, as pick number 5. I mean, I guess that works as a wall breaker. Yeah, you can make it happen. How does Mystic possibly respond?
This is what I was talking about, where Chasmac, they're going to, and so, like, we've seen Nita played on competitive stage before, right? Like, it's a weird pick. It's a strange first pick. Honestly, seeing the Carl selected into the Nita, questionable, right? So there is the idea that Chasmac, listen, they're having fun. They are already qualified. But I also think that they're not just trolling around. I think that there is something to be said about, like we said, we were looking for the wall break, and they bring us the esoteric bull pick. But it does, like, you still have a balanced equation, so to speak. You know what I mean? You still have all of the parts of a successful Brawl Stars composition. Just not everything S tier. So we'll see if Chasmac are able to kind of make these work, what they're thinking, and if they might even be showing us some stuff that we'll see at the World Championship in just a little bit. So right away, Delino going to start us off, and up top, just a little bit of damage done, almost 25% done by Chasmac nice and early, and Delino taken care of by P.E.K.K.A down south.
Let's talk about balance real quick, too. We see P.E.K.K.A, getting some good damage there. Colette's always going to be a fantastic high brawler. The brawler we need to see up here is Fire Crow on that Nita. She did get a recent balance change. She charges that super just a little bit faster, and it can make all of the difference, but she needs to get that super in order to connect with the safe, and she is going to be able to get in range of a few enemies here. It's going to be all about dodging to keep her alive. Fertilize is being run by Spike as well, which is a little bit peculiar. I wonder why, but so much damage finds its way onto that safe, and this is a distinct difference between the compositions of both teams, because while they're both playing extremely well, one has way more damage output when it comes to connecting with that safe. Ems is just not really all of that when it comes to taking down the safe. Let's see what Nice Shot is able to do on offense. A takedown on a Fire Crow, good offensive positioning. Tufa has to be shut down here. Mid lane matchup is going to be favoring P.E.K.K.A. It looks like he does manage to escape, taken down at the last second by Spike. Mystic Esports are defending very, very well. Or will they be able to do this too?
Tufa gets in there, 7% left, and P.E.K.K.A smash. That's going to be it. Chasmac Gaming winds up on top. And, the Nita selection, that bear does a ton of damage on the heist box when deployed. That's one of the changes that we saw a while ago. And then recently, like you said, her ability to get the bear out more often. Bull's going to break down the walls, and, Colette and Heist, that's peanut butter and jelly. So this is a comp that seems a little weird, but honestly makes a lot of sense. Like, it's working out. Game number 1 went in their direction very, very strongly. And again, this is Chasmac having fun, playing around with the meta a little bit. But if you zoom out and you just look at what these individual brawlers bring to the table, this is a sound composition that you cannot make fun of.
Well, so far, Mystic Esports are actually really showing up Chasmac compared to last game. They're getting much more solid damage versus that safe. They're getting some good takedowns on the enemies as well. Takedown into Tufa on the top left. Pekka also looking to maintain mid control, but with a lot of those shots spreading out from Spike, and also Delinho on the right side has that super, has a shot with a lot of sustain, a lot of control. It's going to be tough for them to defend when the range is just so lacking. They have not been able to get rid of any of the walls. Takedown onto it, Nita's Bear as well. Barco feeling some of the heat. Delinho pinched in on the right side. It's now time for Mystic Esports to defend, but they cannot really let a substantial charge go the way of Chasmac, because these two brawlers on offense, Colette and Bolt, can really tear up that safe.
Absolutely, both of them can do a ton of damage. Colette getting percent damage off the super. I like that. I'm just able to bring us down. 37-32. Chasmac Gaming actually trailing here by 5%, but scratch that. Here comes the damage. Firecrow and Tufa combined. The damage is large, and that's that. Chasmac Gaming looked like they were kind of going for a long walk, but then just jumped off and bring it home.
Yeah, it looked like at a lot of times the opponent was having some trouble, right? They're playing a very, very serious game, playing very, very coordinated and carefully. And here comes Chasmac. They just kind of full send it with a couple brawlers in there. We get Bull dashing in with the super. What are you going to do, stun him? You can't be stunning that super. Then you got Colette as well, just dashing in, dashing right back out. And the Nita Bear is extremely frustrating. They went all three very offensive brawlers. I mean, you gotta pay respects to Bruce.
It's about Bruce. It's just Bruce.
Bruce is the guy. Dude's the guy. You get him on the safe, free damage.
I'm so excited to see Nita actually played. Still upset that they didn't play Shiba Nita, but anytime we get a chance to see Bruce out there, you know that I'm happy, you know, so Bruce showing up and doing work here. Again, Chasmac Gaming locked and loaded for the championships, so we're going to get a chance to see them play some different stuff. And again, I'm the first one to call you out if you're going to be trolling my games out here. But I look at that composition, and that's a sound comp. It's fun, different brawlers, but you're still bringing what you need to bring to the battlefield. And I think there's two things happening there. One, sure, we get to say. Two, listen, the meta is much more open than I think players kind of like take home with them, right? Especially once we see bans come out, that's where you can travel down that tier list and have some fun. And that's exactly what Chasmac winds up doing. We're going to jump into Layer Cake and see how things roll as we jump into Bounty one more time. So when we think about Bounty, this is one that has a pretty standard, you know, pick the sharpshooters and, you know, do your thing. If you want to get creative ready, where are you going?
You want to get real creative, you throw in a Max, you throw in a tank there as well. Because Layer Cake has abundant walls, right? It's got layers, okay? And there are layers to the meta here too, so let's unpack it a little bit. Let's unpeel the layers back, because Max, she is just free transportation to the enemy side for a brawler that probably is lacking a bit on movement and also relies on being close in range to enemies to get a takedown. Daryl absolutely comes to mind as a great pick here, but mind some of the brawlers that have been picked so far. We saw Colette used already. We've seen a lot of Colette today, and for good reason. Even when there aren't tanks on the enemy side, she still gets the 1-2 combo with her 2 attacks and her super, right? 2 attacks plus a super is an instant kill onto any brawler in the game. Doesn't matter whether you're Sponge Frank or you are Tick. It is an instant kill with that combo. So she's going to all-round be a good brawler, and she also gets heals in there. It's going to be an important ban for anyone trying to stir things up. Another thing is, once again, let's touch back on the tanks. Daryl is going to be a key last pick here, unless it is a ban. I would say it's very likely to be banned out by Mystic Esports here, but even if Daryl's gone, there's still Buzz. There's still other ways to have a high mobility tank right up in your face, and, well, Sam, I guess, comes to mind too, but there's still Ashes, there's still Daryl's, there's still Buzzes. Mystic Esports are going to have to draft this very, very carefully.
I would like to see Buzz. Buzz is kind of where I go to. Gene was honestly my selection, but the ban comes out here. And we've got the Silent Starfisher, the Starfish Silencer, I guess I should say, right? Yeah, that makes more sense. Otis, that's his name, so we'll call him Otis. Otis first pick. And there's Squeak. Squeak, I think, is really, really powerful on Layer Cake, where there are only certain entrances per layer, and he just one of the stronger characters when it comes to area denial. He's one of those brawlers that like made me so mad that I decided to main him. You ever wind up in those situations? But Leon showing up and you're excited for sure.
Oh, I'm excited for Leon, but I found it pretty interesting. Yeah, Squeak is very frustrating to face up against, but
so
I also don't really want to main him because his range is lacking, his shot speed is lacking, he can get dodged in close range. There's the buzz! We love the Dino on the battlefield. But there's a clear counter. There's got to be a Colette or something on the side of Chasmac Gaming BR. They played so well with it so far, but really they have opened up some very abundant weaknesses, because an early pick of Squeak, like once upon a time, that would have been pretty solid, you know, when his residue lasted for 20 seconds. Now it's way less, and he's still extremely vulnerable in close range. He doesn't pump out that DPS in time, and he doesn't have a stun either. There's a Gale, though. That's a very, very clear counter. If Mystic Esports are able to bait some of the abilities out of him, though, they can 100% make this happen on offense.
Oh, without a doubt. I think that when we very rarely is the game lost in picks and bans, you know, but you can certainly put yourself in a bad position. I kind of like both of these drafts, Reddy.
I do too. I also like the use of Leon, not only to have some good damage on lane, have some good aggression possibilities. Oh my gosh, already a gadget in. Delineo gonna get some solid damage, a takedown onto Firecrow. He has absolutely nothing in close range when he doesn't already have that super. Very smart early game call out from Mystic Esports SA. And a lot of it's gonna be made possible also with the Lollipop drop. Wherever Leon puts that down, Otis has so much more area control. Where Chasmac Gaming BR is lacking right now is primarily in the range matchup, so they're gonna have to rely on Firecrow to make those first shots.
Firecrow landing a couple of those shots on the right side, but Buzz has the super ready, and Mystic Esports pushing forward. Firecrow by himself after the team is able to take down two members of Chasmac Gaming. There's the third, and Mystic Esports up 9-0, Blue Star included.
That must have been a mistake there from Firecrow just a moment ago. I don't know why he'd super there. It had to be a mistake. Maybe when we get to roll back the tape, we can find out what kind of big brain play was going for it. But for now, he's going to be taken down by Delineo. He does only hang on by a shred. There's the super from P.E.K.K.A to get the counter takedown. 11-11 now on the star count. But that blue star belongs to Chasmac Gaming BR, and it is safely within the hands of P.E.K.K.A. It's going to be so difficult for anyone to take down P.E.K.K.A because he has that crowd control. He has the ability to push back so many enemies, and he's really the best blue star carrier here, if you will. We'll see if Nice Shot can get some good entry frags around the right side to get us kicked off for the last few seconds.
Well, he does just that, taking down Tufa, but the trade out is good, so it's 14-13. Lucky number 7 on the clock. We'll see who winds up on the luck side of this one. Gale shoves out on the left side. Right side, Nice Shot shows up, but it's still 18-15 Chasmac Gaming on the good side.
You could really see the pressure starting to mount there towards the end of the game too, because what we saw was a handful of missed supers, actually. Not on the side of CMG this time, but on the side of Mystic Esports. Delineo really trying to carefully clip that wall, getting so close also to taking down an enemy. Just it leaves you in this mindset of go, 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 get a kill, get those stars back, get the victory here and now. And Chasmac Gaming know it so well that they play defense around that fact. We'll see an early takedown as well. Delineo getting in aggressively. Very nice kill for him, but a pinch is on the way with P.E.K.K.A diffing that middle lane. Chasmac Gaming BR now in the lead by 3 stars and a blue star.
So those are the types of plays. Earlier, Reddy and I were talking a little bit about how, you know, you've got to play with the squad to get used to your player tendencies and kind of predict what your teammates are going to do. That play where Buzz went in earlier, that play works out and Buzz gets out if his teammates back him up. But looked like there was little to no communication around there. Buzz goes in, and this time around, Nice Shot is there to prevent Tufa and P.E.K.K.A from going all in and surrounding the Buzz. That's how that play should have gone. Last time it didn't because of lack of communication. The more this team plays together, the more we'll see that second version than the first. And that's what you want to see if you're rooting for them right now. Them, Mystic Esports, in the lead, 3 stars to be exact.
Whoa, interesting plays here. Firecrow almost got taken down as a result. Little did he know, Otis was waiting for him on the other side. Brobs K waiting with so many stars here in that blue star. They have to make sure they are very well defended in the final few seconds of the game as the clock is ticking down, 25 seconds left. Jump in from Firecrow and a takedown, but it's still a lead by Mystic Esports SA. They cannot afford to take any losses here, and yet Nice Shot is still trying to play offense here, trying to make sure that backline doesn't fall too far back. Pekka can get massive stuns versus them if he gets that super. Delinho has to deny it too. Solid damage onto Firecrow. He gets the cannon back. 5 seconds left on the clock. Brobs K on just 36 health. There's a kill with the pushback, but the lead still belongs to Mystic Esports SA, and they will win by a 1-star margin.
Nice look here. We're going to a game 3, and that's always exciting. Fantastic stuff. I honestly really liked the team play coming out of Mystic here. We noticed, like I said, there were points where it wasn't working, but then there are points where it does. And Mystic, they're going to win or lose based on how well they synergize together here.
Let's see how they're able to muster it this time. Delinho early push in, a kill as well. Down goes Peck as he actually strafes into that last shot from Brobs K. Tufa now trying to circle around the right side. Gotta find that same lane formation. Delinho with the super out. Another gadget chained in. He doesn't fall to Firecrow. In fact, he stays alive. Mystic Esports SA fully on the defensive right now. Nice shot, actually. This is a great shot from Tufa. Great prediction as to his position. Totally gives him away in the middle of that Invis-Heal. He's gonna have to circle around the right now. Delinho, once again, getting laned by Gale. It's the last area where he wants to be, but he still gets to farm up supers for free as long as he's within range. Good stun there by Pekka and a takedown too. Chasmac Gaming BR really winning these matchups. Crazy deathmatch potential between some of these guys in the 1v1s. But Mystic Esports SA still has the lead.
Pekka doing work here on this left side. Firecrow taking a little poke that he didn't mean to. Pekka steps up by himself.
What?
Left side damage, right side control. All about Gale, baby. And now they've got a baker's dozen in the pocket. And with about half a minute to go, still a lot of Brawl Stars to be played, but that was a fantastic play by Pekka to give his team the lead.
I think Pekka's just a little bit tired of you know, all the shenanigans, all the hoorah, having to wait for someone to pop out their super so he goes in, or playing defensively the whole time. He's going to make the offensive Gale work. Here comes the push in from Nice Shot, and he does get tagged up. Lead coming back for Chasmac Gaming BR. Delinho can try and go for something here, but there just aren't really viable targets. Firecrow's so far backed up. The CC from Pekka too, and Chasmac Gaming BR just had to defend for a few more seconds to finish this one off. Some more kills gracing the scoreboard, some spins too. They're going to the semifinals.
Oh, nice look there from your number 2 team in the region. Mystic made him sweat a little bit, bringing him to a game number 3 here, but ultimately Firecrow and the boys bringing it, and, you know, again, highlighting that Pekka play. That was incredible. Like you said, sometimes you just got to put on the backpack, and that's what Pekka did. Went deep, showed up, and after that, Mystic looked unraveled. We saw them one by one. We saw them staggered. We saw them just off kilter. And, you know, Pekka, I think that play got into the opponent's head, not just on the field doing the work, but also mentally. I think he broke him a little bit.
And that's kind of the usual reaction when you're hit with something that you've like never seen before. Gale stunned us all up against our own wall in our own spawn. He won a 1v1 to get into that position to begin with, and he was able to get out without getting taken down either, without too much health taken off of him. And your immediate reaction is panic, right? Just try and get a kill. Do what you can. We only got 35 seconds. This is our fate, right? If we don't win this game, then we're out of the running for the rest of the year. And while, you know, it is unfortunate they got knocked out, I mean, kudos to Pekka. Amazing plays by him. There's a very good reason why he's in the consideration for one of the best players in the world. You hear, you know, the Bobby, the I Chaos, the Semantic up there, and then you also got Pekka, right? And I feel like LATAM South really deserves a lot more attention than it currently gets for this reason exactly. There's so many cracked players in here, and Pekka's one of them, and I can't wait to see him in the semifinals.
That's really, when we talk about individual prowess, you're not wrong whatsoever. So a great look there. Chasmac will keep on keeping on into the semifinals, and they will play up against the winner of this one. Portuguesa Esports versus Vatra Gaming. These squads, again, some world's bids on the line. Portuguesa Esports technically in the running as well. Guigul coming through, big head honcho for Portuguesa. And like I said, technically they're in the running. If they win the monthly finals, they get to go. Now, that's, of course, if ZerøZone doesn't wind up winning, which is kind of scary, because Portuguesa can make it to the finals, and then if they play up against ZerøZone, just because ZerøZone is there, they've already lost their bid to Worlds. So Portuguesa have to do some winning on their end. They've got to win this and the semis, but they also have to kind of just hope the stars align and ZZ drop things on the other side of the bracket, which is completely out of their hands. So Guigul and the boys certainly have their work cut out for them.
And for both of these teams, it's absolutely do or die. And that is very, very, very stressful. For Vatra, it is a little more realistic for them to be able to make it. They have more points. They're a little bit closer in terms of points when it comes to catching up with ZerøZone. But Portuguesa, they have to rely on ZerøZone to get knocked down on the other side of the bracket. For Vatra, not the same situation. They have to make it to the grand finals, which is at least something that you have control over. What they won't have control over is, well, who they face in the semifinals, which is an insane roster of Chasmac awaiting them there should they make it. Only a best of 3 that stands between these two and their dreams of going to Worlds and heading on to even just that semifinal. So we'll see what these two are capable of, but what we have seen throughout the year is more consistent stuff for Vatra. For that reason, I'm going to put my money on Vatra, but I'm looking forward to see what Portuguesa Esports has cooked up.
I'm also there. My prediction is on Vatra. Actually, do I still have time? I gotta jump on event.brawlstars.com and lock my stuff in here. I think I still have time. I want to get my spray. And so I'm gonna put myself down for Vatra as well. Realistically, though, like you said, Portuguesa, they have surprised. They have shown up. They have done it. They are our dark horse, so to speak. That said, you know, there's also the mental side of it. I think that Vatra have much more invested. They're expected, you know, so if they wind up losing here. And also, listen, I want to shout out my man Alk. Alchemical has been here since the jump, and watching this guy kind of glow up the entirety of the year and allowing Vatra to really like make a name for themselves throughout the course of this year has been really, really impressive to me. And I think watching them this year versus last year has been a big step up.
Well, year-over-year improvement, right? That's consistency right there. And next year, that has the potential to launch them way more into the forefront of the competitors than they have been this year. But for the time being, they still got a chance. They just got to make it to the grand finals, which is no easy feat, but it is still way, way more possible. And Vatra Gaming, I think, absolutely have the mettle for the task, but are they on point today? Well, we can take a look at the drafts to figure that out. A first pick for Portuguesa Esports of Janet. Very key pick here on Ring of Fire, because you can get behind your enemies, stay in that bush for as long as you want, and get some value from there. Some reactions from Vatra. They are going to be going for a Bonnie and a Griff as well. Can break open some walls and also get great mid control. I'm curious to see an early Gale pick for Portuguesa Esports, because they anticipate a tank on the enemy side, but it is just going to be Squeak. And this is, once again, this is where I would like to see Squeak pick usually, is on that last pick, because his counters are very clear. Anything that gets in close range versus him is going to be very, very good. And that could actually be Janet here, so Vatra still have to keep their guard up.
That said, Janet getting close to you is a lot different than I think some of these other choices, right? If Janet does take to the sky as a Squeak, I'm running to my teammates, right? Like you have that moment where like you can't do anything to her anyway. So just run to the homies and see what happens when she lands. Theoretically, she'll land someplace safe, which is away from you, and that's a way to handle that situation. But we'll jump right in here. Guigul in the middle, playing on that B, as to be expected. And the long-range shot's going to miss. Thought he might have had a kill there for mid, but won't have it because of that. Vatra Gaming, the one that's starting us off strong, 24% on the point so far. And just now, Portuguesa is stepping forward and getting involved.
Big takedown from Doritos on the left side, too. And Portuguesa Esports pushing in very, very solidly. They do have the outrange with B, which is going to be difficult for Vatra Gaming to contend with, and it has been so far. It's been proven to be possible, though, because we see even Bonnie, a very slow brawler. Not technically very slow in quotation marks, but she's a slow brawler in quotation marks. She's not 8-bit grade, but she's still slow. Regardless, she's been dodging out the shots from B very, very well, and you can even see that so far. Some solid stuff from Parzival, though, as he jumps in. Already a kill with a super, too. That is no easy feat to make happen with Janet. The mid control belongs to Portuguesa Esports. They have the lead here as well. Very soon to cross at that 50% mark.
Left side. Doritos in trouble. Doritos gone. Riz on the good stuff. And there's Alk on the Griff. An interesting selection with the Griff. As he's making things happen here, trying to catch up. 20% trailing is Vatra. And the Griff and the Bonnie are going to sit on the point.
The struggle for them is going to be getting those supers because that's where they derive most of their value. As you saw, Alke able to take things down with the edge of his super there. It does so much damage, 2,000 damage per card at the end of his range. A takedown by Riz on, or rather a takedown onto Riz on that left side, counter out by trading out Gale, but still Portuguesa Esports owns this lead. Christian might be able to get a jump in, but he's met with a powered up B right to the face. Still needs to be able to make something happen here. 10% left for Portuguesa Esports to capture. He's going to fully commit. Lots of damage onto him, lots of damage on the enemies too, but no takedowns onto any members of Portuguesa. Vatra will be taken down here. It's a win for Portuguesa Esports to start up the set.
Fantastic play coming out from Portuguesa. This was truly teamwork. In the beginning, we really had sort of like left lane, right lane, center, and Guigul was doing a lot of work playing this B. Later on, it kind of devolved a little bit. We lost our lanes and started getting more into a mosh pit type world, and Parzival was just sitting on point, killing everybody that showed up. So that heavy lifting went from one player to the next, and I think that's really, really important right here. They're continuing to do so. Parzival just on top and cleaning things up, counting up from 25 on the point.
Parzival definitely a player that that has caught my attention throughout the years. He went to World Finals in 2019 playing with Space Station Gaming Brazil. Now he's back in the scene too for Portuguesa and has been throughout the year. Still has the potential to make it yet another World Finals appearance, and so far Portuguesa Esports are off to a good start. Vatra Gaming though are still firing back. They're just getting those first little points trickling in on the safe for now. Doritos still firmly locked inside of those bushes. Attempt from Christian to jump in and make some things happen on the enemy side. Alke, though, is an absolute machine. Still has a react to Doritos. He's lurking on those back lines. He could get pinched really hard here, so I'm curious to see what he does, what his approach is. He'll be able to retreat back into those bushes. More solid damage from Alke. Almost a takedown there from Parzival. Doritos also taken down. Alke traded out. Portuguesa Esports just barely ahead of Vatra, though.
Oh, ho, ho, until that. Vatra shows up. Riz just kind of takes care of two different players, and all of a sudden, lead change. Alk, left side, getting ready, blows open the wall, and takes a lot of damage. That prevents him from finding the kill on the Guigul, but it's okay. His teammate sitting on the point here. Janet looking to change that, take it to the sky, behind enemy lines. What can she do? Doesn't matter. Front side, we're seeing the trade out. Alk and Guigul still counting up for Vatra.
Riz also taken down. Parzival on very, very low health. Vatra just need 14% more to capture this, but Guigul is firmly equipped with that super, also blocking off kind of the left side of that point. Riz is still going to try and force him off if he can, but he only has so fast of reload speed. Now Portuguesa Esports will be passing that lead taken by Vatra, now crossing into the territory of impossible to come back from. Christian now committing. Parzival has to stay alive. Guigul on just a little bit of health. No takedown onto Parzival, and this will be taken by Portuguesa Esports, a 2-0 set for set number 1.
They went in too late there, Ready. Vatra coulda, shoulda, woulda. If they went in 2 or 3 seconds earlier, we're looking at a Vatra victory. We're going to game 3. But instead, it's Portuguesa that are able to just take care of business. They stood their ground, and they're able to take set number 1. A beautiful look for Portuguesa. Again, reminder for the big picture. If Vatra loses here, that's it. They don't go to Worlds. And across the way, we see another team. Portuguesa, on the other hand, same deal. If they win, they are technically still in the running. They have to pray that ZerøZone winds up losing. So things a little bit more complicated for the red, green, and white here. But Vatra just, y'all can't lose. This is a situation where I feel like Portuguesa winning would be an upset. Vatra not going to Worlds would be a little bit surprising for a lot of people out there. And so as we make our shift over to Gem Grab, you know, if I'm Vatra, this is where I take my, you know, there is no tactical timeout, but this is where I'm sitting there and I'm giving my team the, like, remember the Titan speech. This is where you're like, all right, boys, this is what it comes down to. It's us or that, like, because quite literally, either you go to Europe or you don't. Either you go to Worlds or you don't, and this is where you make that moment.
And I think a lot of that can also be accomplished in the draft too, right? I think if they are able to draft as well as they are performing mechanically on the battlefield, then that is a golden ticket for them to take this set back. But compared to some of the others, the other drafts that we've seen today, I think Vatra Gaming and Portuguesa Esports have pulled out some of the best drafts that we've seen today, or one of the best drafts that we've seen today, just off of that first set. I would say it's highly likely that we go on to set 3. I would love to have some more information on how these guys draft, but Deep Diner is going to be our next one. Now, as far as brawlers that are good here, this is where you should be looking out for some of the Surges and some of the Colonel Ruffs maybe to make their appearances. Also, Barley has been a pretty popular last pick here, as long as he's not countered out. Now, knowing that this region, and as we've seen throughout today, they love their tanks. It doesn't even have to be a last pick. It just has to be towards the end of the draft. That might be less of a possibility, but we'll have to get an idea of what those bans are first. Some tanks banned out. We see Colonel Ruffs banned out on the side of Vatra as well. Ban of Penny to get rid of yet another brawler that is great versus tanks. This is crucial for them because they have pick number 6.
First choice, Deep Diner. I'm probably going to see a stunt lady. Here she is. All right. Kind of expected that to either be Janet or Bonnie. Those I think those are two just strong first selections. They don't lock you into anything. Janet picked here, though. And then Spike. A little early for a Spike pick, but you know what? I'll take that back. In Deep Diner, I think that's kind of perfect. Spike and Max here for Vatra Gaming. You want to see Vatra step it up with respect to their draft. How you feeling so far?
I'm liking it, dude. I'm loving the Max so far. Now, the clear counter to Max here is going to be actually Crow. And I think Portuguesa Esports can actually go for both a Crow and a Poco in the same go if they want. Now, Poco, he doesn't have to have a tank anymore to be viable. He can work very well as a one-man army. If you remember seeing Sandy play, because he hasn't been meta for a while, you pretty much play Poco similar to a Sandy, you just don't have a stunt. There's a Buzz, actually. They're going to be fully going for this.
I love this
Vatra Gaming have to go for a tank of their own. Yeah, this is, I like it. The problem is that he is playing into a tank counter, and Vatra Gaming still have one more pick left. They can choose to counter the tank. They can choose to go for one of their own, which would go really, really well with Max.
So he's playing into a tank counter. However, you know, Buzz is just like the long-range stun is so important. And so Buzz can kind of go in and have the support of the Poco, and I think that's a nice look here. Daryl on the other side. So we'll get tank for tank as Vatra matches fire with fire. And we'll see how the Daryl roll winds up working out here. Combined with the Max, so we'll see some speedy barrel for sure. But for Gem Grab, I like this draft from Vatra. I think that they have exactly kind of the quintessential gem carrier enabler in Max, and then Spike to play a little bit of that utility defense. So as long as Vatra, I think, plays, as long as they play the right game, as long as everybody plays their correct position here, ready, I really, really like this draft.
Great teamwork on the left side, too, between Doritos and Gooey Ghoul, working together and making sure that they are properly defended versus Daryl. Another thing I want to point out, we've seen 2 spikes play today. This is the second one. They were both running Fertilize, which is by far the less popular star power, and it's much easier to dodge because, well, Curveball, that's pretty much the whole feature, is that it's hard to dodge. But with Fertilize, you still do get some healing in close range. I just wonder how fast Riz will be able to pop it down. Here it comes. He's going to not make use of that healing. He doesn't back out. Weegle also pushes forward on the left side. Dorito's still alive. 7 gems for him. Still got to see a takedown. Alke is going to be the guy to make that happen. It's all about a matter of time when that happens, in Portuguesa Esports making sure that they're prepared for that scenario.
So I said Vatra, they've got a good graph, they just have to play it right, but we've seen a lot of individualism coming out from Vatra. There, 2v2, not a good look. Countdown for Portuguesa, and we are one step closer to a very big upset here, folks.
Alke still trying to make that happen. He tried so many times to super onto Poco, and he did. He supered near him, but he never got that stun that he was looking for, and that was a combination of Poco being positioned correctly. It was also teammates just being there to help out. The one time that he almost did take down Poco, Buzz was right next to him to help out, get a stun of his own, and also combine forces. But what we saw moments ago, kind of that last, that final gambit, that last play from Daryl to try and take down Doritos when he had all 10 of those gems. He rolled in, but was not able to sustain because he's actually not running the star power that gives him a shield when he rolls in, which is very different. It's not something that I've seen in any other region. 2 star powers that are pretty much accepted as the ones that you run. This is the meta. Anything else is terrible. We're already seeing the reload, and we're already seeing the Fertilize run too.
I like, you know, and I'll go right down the middle. I like the Fertilize change here. I think, you know, Curveball being more difficult to dodge, that's relative. The other one, though, Daryl needs a shield. I think Daryl needs his shield. It certainly has not been working out this time around. Portuguesa still with the lead, 7-0. Vatra does have mid control for the moment as Alk winds up finding a kill for the first time in what seems like forever. But Dorito's going to step forward. All 8 gems on this Poco player. Make that 9. As Portuguesa seem to be willing to let mid-control go when they don't have all of their players set up to roll. But right now, it's the opposite. 10 in the pocket here for Poco. Counting down from 11 ready. And I think Portuguesa has just made a big step forward. Counted from 4. Doritos has 10. Vatra Gaming will not be going to Worlds. Portuguesa has their dreams alive.
Much love to the boys. Much love to the boys. Thank you so much, Guigo, and congratulations to Portuguesa. Huge stuff for the guys. They have just really improved their chances of going to Worlds. They still got to make sure they stay in the running. He has some hearts up there as well. Good stuff for Portuguesa. GG for the guys across the arena. Vatra, they're out of the running. And wow, to see that happen in a 2-0-2-0 is absolutely not what I expected. But the reasons are very clear. Some things that were run that are not run in any other region, and I think for a reason, especially Daryl as well. Sure. One that I think we can return to later on if we see him run with the same star power. Maybe that's just the meta in this region, but I wasn't a big fan. Unfortunately, it wasn't too conducive to their success.
Got to agree there. I think there were some crucial mistakes. I think we can call them mistakes. I think there were some crucial missteps, mistakes, and just thought processes that didn't work here for Vatra, which is real unfortunate because they have had a great look throughout the entirety of the season. They've really impressed us. They put on a show, and we have been lucky to kind of watch them play throughout 2022. Unfortunately, this is where their path ends. So Vatra Gaming will not be going forward. Right now, we have 2 teams left in the running for that last bid. So we have Chasmac Gaming and AC Milan Qlash. They're going to Worlds. We'll see you in Paris. Bonjour. But on the other side, that last spot, it's now between Portuguesa and ZerøZone. So ZerøZone, all they have to do is make it to finals. If they make it to finals, they don't even have to win finals. They just have to win this semifinals, and they go to Worlds. Portuguesa, on the other hand, they have to make it all the way and hope that ZerøZone cannot handle it. So this next match, this one is for all the marbles. If ZerøZone wins, they're going to Worlds, and if they don't, we still have one more chance to see what happens. A ton of Brawl on the line and a ton of action coming at you. We'll be right back after this.
What a close call. That came down to the absolute wire.
And honestly, I didn't even know you could make a play like that.
Welcome back to the September edition of Knockouts, where we show you the most amazing plays from the latest monthly finals. First up, Portuguesa Esports isn't messing around.
It's going to lead to all three brawlers standing, but one FA are in their spawn. They are in trouble, and they just need to stay alive.
Well, I'm looking at Weepy. It'd be a great thing to pick him up, and as that's the count, that's a great start. And Gringle thinks about it. Oh, the timing of that, and the escape is there, but no! Oh, the blue star is going to come in so clutch under these circumstances. Portuguesa Esports take the dub against all odds.
Up next, Atari Chan Club go against the odds.
And now, Zeta Division are really closing down on the percentage, and they're going to take the lead.
Oh, look at that. Beautiful honey molasses there from Chappie there to take the shot, but can this push prevent Zeta Division Zero from taking it? Curry staying in the middle of his marks up 99%. It's just a Chappie, and it looks like a Taro Chankov might just do this trap.
With Cubic, where there's a will, there's a way.
Towards the final 40 seconds of overtime, and Na'Vi have the positioning to score. All they need is a kill or a super or something to open things up here.
It's got to be. Turret move further up from Angel Boy. It is going to almost fall down. Cube gets the ball and he pushes back. Gets the knock back in the stun onto Bajnik there. Gets the ball in.
And now, let's see how Zulon performs under pressure.
We'll see how well it works out, though. Patchy's going to try and make something happen versus Tyrant. There's a stun, but he is able to get the dip. Toast and Patchy both need to make this happen versus Zulon. There's kill number one. Toast doesn't have enough DPS to make this happen, or does he? No final shot. The healing station is able to win this matchup.
To cap things off, watch RBM become an immovable object.
Juan Carlos is the guardian of the ball on the left side, but he's now starting to take some damage. Big dodges as well. He's actually going to be holding on to it. A pass over to the right side. It looks like RBM might be able to pick it up, but he can't risk it versus Betiches. Here's a gotcha as well. He needs to make this happen. Betiches needs to be able to walk it in. No, RBM is still able to defend it, and Vatra Gaming will be taking this game and this set back, now leading us to a 2-1 game.
Thanks for watching. Come back next month for more incredible plays.
Let's go beat up some bots.
Show some respect.
That was a low blow.
Come on, let's go, gang. Turning up the heat.
Time to show the kids how it's done.
Crime does pay. Out of my way, Greenhorn. Double trouble! You messed with the wrong maw. This ain't over.
I'm the boss of bosses. Put on your jukes. Gloves are off.
Mom never misses.
Playtime's over, kids. Come to mama. You got scrapped. Welcome in to the Brawl house. The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it! No way this one!
We are about to head into the most competitive day in Brawl history, my friend. Are you ready?
Hello and welcome back to your monthly finals, your final monthly final, not ever, just for this year. And we are now finding who is going to the World Finals. Welcome back, friends. It's your boy F. joined here by Ready Sets, and we are excited to get into our semi-finals. We had, coming into this month, 3 teams in the running to make it to Worlds. We have 2 teams already locked and loaded, Chasmac Gaming and AC Milan Qlash. They're already going to Worlds. And so this region has 3 spots, and one of those spots is still up for grabs. Portuguesa Esports, after taking down Vatra, they are still in the running. Vatra, quite obviously, no longer in the running. So it's between Portuguesa and ZerøZone. Ready? If Portuguesa wins here and ZerøZone lose, then Portuguesa need to win finals, and they feel good. ZerøZone, on the other hand, all they have to do is beat AC Milan Qlash. That's it. All they have to do is win, and then they're good.
And right, that's almost a little deceiving on the surface too, because it's like, we'll just win this one match, but then there are 5 sets beneath that, a total possible of 5 sets. And I think in the case of these 2 versus each other, just going by how dominant AC Milan Qlash has been this year, and yes, they took 2nd place last month, but it was a reverse sweep by Chasmac. the second place team. So it's gonna have to be like a set 5 victory. ZerøZone, they really cannot afford to make mistakes in this matchup either. But at least compared to Portuguesa, they kind of hold the reins, right? They have control over their fate. It comes down to their performance, not the performance of an opponent whom they cannot play.
Exactly. Zeros or Portuguesa, they just 2-0'd Vatra. They could 3-0, they could 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and then 2-0, and it still won't be enough if ZerøZone winds up winning. On the other hand, ZZ, all they have to do is find their dubs. They have control of their destiny, as we like to say. AC Milan Qlash, though, certainly not an easy team to trounce. This is your no
shot. They did it again.
I mean, all right, bro. Well, we got AC Milan Qlash here, represented by Spider-Man. I want to know. So here's the thing. Look at his hands. Look at his hands. He's wearing the spider costume, but he still has the thumb sock. You figure that maybe the costume might have it built in, but no, he's got his finger socks on.
Who could forget the famed and decorated mobile gamer Spider-Man, known for his crushing record in the monthly finals. I mean, that's what AC Milan Qlash is known for, but they've only done this once before. Now, they also kind of took a dubski in the costume, so this has got to be immense confidence on their side.
Oh, without a doubt. Listen, AC Milan Qlash, one of the best teams in the entire world, quite obviously one of the better teams in this region. They're your #1 seed. They're your first team qualified from this region. This is, this is your Goliath. And across the way, say hello to David. Actually, his name is Alonso. But this is the squad that has to take down Spidey and friends, and we're having some fun. AC Milan Qlash is going to have some fun. For ZerøZone, this is work. There is nothing funny or fun or laughable about this. This is win this game because we want to go to the World Championships. And so what an interesting dynamic to have on the field. I think it might be tough. It might be tough for ZerøZone to take this as seriously as they need to, knowing what's happening across the way. So that might throw a spanner in the works, so to speak. But either way, I think we have some great Brawl set up for ourselves, and ZerøZone has been one of the stronger teams outside of that upper echelon here in LATAM North. So definitely what I'm looking for. LATAM South, excuse me. So definitely what I'm looking for as far as an upset. My upset alert is a little bit on. I think ZerøZone might have something working, but it all comes down to the Spidey sense.
Well, I mean, don't hate on casual Fridays. I mean, I know it's just another day in the office, but I can bring up the suit if I want. Let's see what AC Milan Qlash does with their
It's Saturday.
I mean, casual Saturday, just hanging, right?
Spidey Saturday, that's what it is.
Oh, there we go. That's the alliteration that we needed. Spidey Saturday with Squeak on the side of, I got no more S's, but ZerøZone does have a response. They got Poco and they got Griff on their side.
Poco and Griff, strong contenders for sure. I think when it comes down to center stage, Poco just one of the stronger characters around since his change. Well, it's been a while now. And he's kind of just been able to, like you said, that was one of the things, was Poco used to just be relegated to Poco double tank. Now a little bit more open. And so you can kind of put him into more compositions. The Griff selection here, I like Griff. I like Griff on center stage for sure, but I'm eager to see what's going to be paired up with this Squeak. You don't love first pick Squeak.
I'm not really a fan because I think Squeak, I mean, he's got a few of the letters that we need. I think he's weak when it comes to close range matchups. Okay, some hearts from the side of AQM on the webcam. Nonetheless, I guess I can't hate on the Squeak too much, right? Just for a little respect for the guys. but he does struggle in close range. He has a lot of health, so he can like walk the ball in, but he's going to be more oriented towards control here. And you can already see that ZerøZone, they've responded by saying, no, this is not a game about control. This is all out aggression. We're picking up some tank counters, so you can't have them. AC Milan Qlash goes like, well, there are other ones, and they're better for this as long as the walls are broken open. B and Colette. AC Milan Qlash, they don't have any wall break. This is a big hazard for them. ZerøZone, they can absolutely go for something a little tankier here, but they don't have Squeak in their arsenal for a final pick. There are plenty of solid things that they can go for here, but...
the Mortis.
Well, yeah, I wasn't really expecting
Mortis.
the creature of the night.
No, it's the Mortis.
Yeah,
this is the rhythm of the night.
This is... it's Mortis game. It's Mortis game, a creature of the night making his appearance here. This is a little spooky, I gotta say, on the side of AQM, because one of their brawlers gets banned out, or gets countered out by Mortis. A whopping one brawler. But KyoDog and Motep absolutely have the tools to make it happen. There he is. It just gets practically deleted off the map, but he's going to be doing that sort of dash-in hyper-aggression for the entire game. It's going to pay off eventually. ZerøZone have to have some defensive moves in their arsenal to make this happen. No way he just went for a trick shot. Motep, wearing the Spider-Man suit, just got the trick shot.
Oh, man. Like, Mortis... did not make it happen. KyoDog just stood there. He did not move and just shot no one. And it felt like there was just the air let out of the balloon. VTZim will respawn just in time. Although a nice push here from ZerøZone. I think it's much ado about nothing. AC Milan Qlash able to grab the ball and push up on the left-hand side. Already have 1 goal to none, so they don't necessarily need to score. They could just hold out for 1 minute and 20. Not sure if that's going to be the game plan, but VTZim waddling up here on the left side. Not going to grab the ball just yet, as Griff knows where the player is. Colette goes in. That was to open up the world here for VTZim. KyoDog up here as well. Pass forward in order to get the shots out, but a great play by Wesley. And honestly, ZerøZone, tight recovery. That could have been the game.
No one on the left side trying to make his advance towards this ball. Great kill confirmation from Motep around the right. KyoDog still playing control around this ball. Great pinch onto Alonso. No one going for it, but gets met in the face with yet another Colette super combined with the gadget too. KyoDog going for some tricky moves here, some dribbles, has that super at the ready, flashing it over and over. 30 seconds remain. They just got to clear out this goal line to make something happen. KyoDog might go for it. Does manage to pick up that kill. Wesley feeling a lot of the heat too. Pass over the left side. No one can dribble this forward. And a good kill by Motep too. No one's still trying to make some moves towards the left side. That's his intended target. Might be able to take down VTZim. Never mind. Motep comes to the rescue once again. ZerøZone are really feeling the heat.
Sharing the ball here, and AQM able to get it done. Second goal scored with just 7 seconds left on the clock. And that's VTZim, isn't it?
You know what? With the mask on, his secret identity is his business.
The secret identity, there it is. You know, we'll keep it under wraps. I don't want to. I don't want to be the one spoiling Spider-Man's secret identity. So listen, that's our friend. ZerøZone though, no friend to Spider-Man whatsoever. Although Colette, again, ZerøZone with a good push, and Motep able to stop it in its tracks. This happened earlier, and AQM were able to kind of make moves off of their play. So we'll see if there's a response goal. Colette again with the super, going to work.
Wesley taking so much damage too. He's going to end up falling down. Double kill as well. KyoDog picking things up around the left. Attempt there from no one to defend, but he won't be able to do it. He does manage to get that super back, though, so he can have that in his arsenal. His intent target is 100% VTZim, but with him planted firmly in the middle, right between Motep and KyoDog, he's going to be relatively safe. Motep takes this one down very quickly. Wesley also finding some value, does manage to get the takedown, might be tagged up by the shot from VTZim, has to retreat around the left. This is just the control that Squeak has to offer as well, and VTZim is seriously showing up the competition from downtown to super from Motep. No one might pick up a kill. He will manage to take it down. Wesley needs this pass, though, to be able to get a goal.
VT Zim, though, respawns nice and early. And we'll find the defense. No one in the base killing their dudes. Just straight up, but does it matter? Cowdog castles the ball up top right corner. And that's been the turnaround for me, is looking at how AC Milan Qlash, they're able to just trounce these moments here for ZerøZone, but a great super kick coming out of the Mortis, and we're tied at 1.
And I feel like AC Milan Qlash might have actually let their guard down here a little bit, because Mortis with a super is the last thing you want to see when a ball could be headed your way. Pass forward, almost finds its way around Wesley, but he's able to intercept it just in time. 20 seconds remaining. Cowdog cleaning things up on the left. No one marches forward. Does end up getting slowed. He has to dash forward. A pass from Wesley to center that ball on the forward right side, maybe for no one to pick up. He still needs a super, though. He doesn't have any gadgets left either. Cowdog taking serious damage and a takedown as well. With all these walls breaking down, it's overtime, and ZerøZone might be in position to score a goal. It's up to Motep to defend for now.
Well, Motep, super after super, takes care of business, defends against 3 by himself. Still not open for a goal of their own, but AC Milan Qlash played fantastic defense to make sure they didn't get scored on.
Cowdog really exercising his range here. 3 dashes in from no one. He does end up getting super. Could be a pass over to him. Eliminated by Cowdog. Alonso might need to make this happen. There's a kill. VT Zim is still alive. Wesley also alive. Cowdog has the super, and it's an open goal. AC Milan Qlash finish out this game and set with the victory.
Motep was my MVP before we saw that play in overtime. Motep was just going to town every chance, finding these supers and just getting it done. Motep was a big part of what allowed AC Milan Qlash to score their first goal and defend against what ZerøZone was doing each time. But that extra mile, getting the chain supers in overtime there already, that pushed it to the next level. Motep, my MVP for that game specifically. What an incredible play.
I mean, and just to draw comparisons, this is something that we've only really seen from one other player, and it was in a Knockouts episode. If you want to roll back the tape a little bit, it was a couple months ago. It was, I believe it was Stetampo, right? One of the best players in the world, a world champion from last year too, chaining 3 Colette supers together. And you know what? I'm willing to bet that if we'd seen more people on the battlefield, he could have gone the extra mile to get that 3rd super chained out. Good stuff. I mean, impressive mechanics as well. And while I wasn't so sure of the Mortis pick, it shone through in one situation, right? A surprise goal. But beyond that, it was completely and utterly shut down by AQM.
Yeah. Yeah, I hated it. I did not think that was a good choice. I think it was just a bad pick. Like, I really just think it was up and down, not the right look. And so hopefully ZerøZone turns things around a little bit here when it comes down to safe zone. So we'll jump into gem grab, and we'll see how things turn around here. I'm all for the strange pocket pick. I'm all for the weird guy. I'm not the one here that worships the tier list, but Mortis didn't work out. Let's just put it that way. So,
I mean, look, we've seen Mortis play really, really well, and typically a Squeak pick is basically an invitation to play Mortis because that brawler can just not do anything versus him, and we didn't see Squeak do anything versus Mortis. You know what we saw really wreck Mortis was the 2 tank counters, you know, the 2 Mortis counters on either side of Squeak, and every time it was Mortis committed, there was a big issue because, yeah, he's trying to be the entry fragger here, if you will, in a 1v3 because everyone's converging on him because he is pretty much a moving target.
The guy, yeah.
Now, that's not to say that he can't work, just not here. You only play him when there are not counters, which ties into another brawler that you would only play when there are no counters. Barley is one of them. We could see him in later matches. For now, I don't think it'll be making any appearances on Safe Zone. It's all about the long-range brawlers here. If you want to take a note out of East Asia's playbook, you bring in the mechs here, and you get some good value with that. And it makes things really speedy at mid, but one of the main brawlers we've seen rocking this map lately is 8-Bit. We cannot count him out from this discussion. He'll either be banned or picked, or maybe I just don't even know LATAM South because it's been full of surprises today.
Did you see recently there was some really good fan art of a female 8-Bit?
Oh, yeah, I did see that. That was kind of cool. That was kind of neat. Okay, it's banned.
It was
banned.
just 8-Bit. It was just 8-Bit. I thought that was really funny. 8-Bit's an arcade, like, it was very funny. I enjoyed it. Anyway, we won't be seeing 8-Bit either way, as he is banned out. Instead, we get the dog man, Colonel Ruffs. How you doing, buddy? One of my favorite characters. I think that, you know, being able to provide support but also be offensive as well, very, very cool in the way the power-up works. But Penny across the way, probably honestly, I might even just say a better selection than the Colonel Ruffs here. Penny does so much damage to that safe that it's hard to be ignored.
Well, you never know. It could be paired up with the Colonel Ruffs, right? AC Milan Qlash, they have a couple of picks left. ZerøZone, they do actually have that last pick, though. So I totally do agree with you that Penny could have been a very solid first pick here because she can offer that anti-tank capability. Belle is going to offer some anti-tank as well, but she doesn't have any close-range capabilities, which is going to make her a little more vulnerable to Carl if he super is in, and is also trying to get value with that super. You only really use that super if you have protected pirouette equipped. Yeah, there's a tank. There's a tank from AC Milan Qlash. What does ZerøZone do to respond? Not really sure. They do have a Penny on their side, so this is very bold from AC Milan Qlash. It would even be more bold if AC Milan Qlash decide that they're still going to run sandbags, considered that that ability, that gadget is double countered by ZerøZone. Carl's pickaxe slices right through them, and Penny pierces through them.
Yeah, so I don't know about that. What I like about the Buzz pick here is less that he's a tank and more that he is a Carl counter. Like, just that I think is important.
I think so too, and also it's going to depend on how we see Daryl executed again. We've seen him once today, and I was it was not really what I was expecting in terms of firstly performance and secondly abilities run. But if the abilities are same and the performance is different, you know what, I will be willing to convert. I will be willing to you know, give this the respect. And here we also see the gadget coming out from BTZim. No shot, he runs the sandbags here. It's countered out by both Alonso and No One. It gives no value, but it is going to be pushing No One out of mid. In fact, he's going to be taken down by it too. Wesley on the right side, still waiting for that super to charge, trying to get some damage as well so that he can jump in on that safe. Does get tagged up. He has very little sustain if he's able to jump in. Great kill by Alonso, too. Only 5% knocked off by AC Milan Qlash so far. A solid start for ZerøZone.
Great play by BTZim. They noted that Daryl had the super available and immediately pushed up against the barrel man so that he wasn't able to get into that danger zone. But Wesley actually had to use the super on the other side. Cowdog, though, gets past the water with the stun. Pulls himself into range of the box, but unable to really find anything. So a nice play, but a poor finish.
Let's see if they're able to recover. Stick the landing next time, maybe. Alonso still around the right side in a very wide open area. It's absolutely the plan of Colonel Ruffs to open up a side so that one of his teammates can do very well and then exercise the ricochet from a different angle. Alonso, No One, and Wesley converge onto this safe zone. So much damage from No One, especially across the map. Good damage on the opposing safe as well. ZerøZone's taking a beating, but they're delivering one too. No One just needs a little bit more damage here. Only 5,000, now 3,000, dropping below 2,000. Wesley needs one more hit, and there it is. ZerøZone have actually taken this game, and they did so beautifully. What happened on terms of defense? This is not the usual AQM that we see.
Yeah, definitely a drop of the ball there coming out from AQM. Not what we might have expected. It seemed like it was just one play that kind of just let everything else roll. So we'll see if AC Milan Qlash can kind of adjust and change things up here.
Well, let's see how things work out this time. VTZim still looking for his super. Wesley taking a different lane than he did last time. Now going for the left side, Alonso going for the right. So far, he will be able to get the roll onto Moatep, a kill confirmation as well. Alonso with the gadget and almost a takedown onto VT-Zem. Now he's all over that safe. Wesley does get taken down by a very weakened VT-Zem. He'll be very safe, not only in the ranged matchup, but also on that left side versus any targets because he can go for the ricochet. Now, with a turret firing at that position consistently, it's going to be more of a struggle for him. Super in from Wesley. Takedown, great shots to the backside from Motep. Alonso also getting a takedown. Solid defensive mid from ZerøZone.
KO Dog again goes in by himself. Third time to charm. And the Spike's able to make moves here. Now on the box. And great work coming out from AC Milan Qlash this time around. Over 60% damage done already. And Buzz gonna stick to it here. Backside, Wesley has arrived to try and play some defense. But KO Dog is able to take him down. 13% left. Scratch that at 0. And AC Milan Qlash answer back almost single-handedly by KO Dog on offense. Great defense from the rest of the team.
I would usually say third time's the charm, but there was not even enough time for a third time. That was 2 victories in a row for Buzz in that matchup. That's part of the benefit of having a piercing shot like Buzz, but also just the movement, the mechanics, the dodges from KO Dog to win that matchup versus Wesley is just really insane and definitely showcases what he as an individual player is capable of if we separate him from his team just for a little bit. Yeah, a little early takedown there.
Right here.
Yeah, it's just bobbing, weaving, floating like a butterfly, stinging like a dinosaur with a grappling hook. We'll see if he goes in for a super pretty soon here. He's being carefully defended by Daryl on the left side.
KO Dog one more time finds himself behind enemy lines. This time, Wesley able to take care of business. 1-1. As Motep falls down as well. Wesley half HP, healing up. KO Dog, knowing that, goes to the mid. 1 and done. And the dinosaur is the one eaten today. KO Dog on offense, but quickly taken care of by the respawning ZerøZone. Right now, 80% left for AC Milan Qlash and 74 for ZerøZone. So blue team in the lead very slightly.
KO Dog on the left side, still lurking. Eyes sharp, equipped, needs to get in moderate range of these guys while also dodging long-range shots. Also that turret on the left side. Not a high priority these days. In comes the super. Decent damage versus ZerøZone safe. Got to see the defense. Also on AC Milan Qlash's safe. Big shots coming in from Wesley. So much damage with the damage gear also active. And an aggressive turret around that left side. No one with a little spin there at mid too. He's just waiting for his perfect timing to land some of those shots onto mid. Does end up getting grappled by KO Dog. Another one cycled out and a kill onto Alonso. He's on a tear. And he's going to get some more damage on that safe. Now taking the lead, even if it's only by 3%. A solid defense as well by no one. Still has to keep things up. They're at a very, very small deficit here. They have to get that last chunk out of AC Milan Qlash's safe. They might have just enough time to do it and deny any offense to AC Milan Qlash.
15 seconds to go and the lead in AC Milan Qlash's hands, but we'll see if that lasts. 1% separates it as no one was able to get a couple of shots on the backside, but with those deaths, AC steps up, and that will be that. AC Milan Qlash takes the game and the set.
Interesting commitment there because they fully committed with that penny on the backlines, hoping that they would get that last shot in to seal the deal and be able to get a defense, but instead, a counter team wipe was AC Milan Qlash's ticket to success. They worked for it, they got it, was well executed, and that's set number 2 for them as well. Set number 3 coming very, very soon here. Heist definitely showcase the offensive capabilities of some of these brawlers. Definitely got to see the best side of what the tanks in this region have to offer, which is what they're pretty much known for around the world. Even with INTZ being, you know, kind of a team, kind of a roster of yesteryear, that was one of the ways that they got their claim to fame, and that much has not changed in this region. Now, when it comes to Canal Grande, this is one of those rare bounty maps where you actually do see the tanks come out and really dominate mid.
Yeah, for sure. Canal Grande, one of the more interesting maps since we play it kind of laterally. We play it like this way instead of that way because of the giant canal coming down here. This is where we see a lot of Daryl. This is where we see a lot of Eve as well. Players still kind of prioritizing that character on this map for sure. I want to go back to the Buzz. This Buzz, KO Dog played fantastically on it. I think that Buzz has that ability to kind of step over the water by way of the super and getting that ranged stun. And we saw KO Dog, we saw him kind of fall down when he was making plays by himself, and then the team came in, and then he was making plays by himself successfully. And when everything clicks, that gets really scary. So honestly, if I'm ZerøZone, I might ban Buzz.
It's a very viable ban here as well, because what we've seen so far is banning out the tank counters, and that didn't exactly work well for them, because even if you have a 6-pick in this region, dude, not having 6-pick is not going to be enough of a deterrent for me not to go with the tank, because literally what are you going to react with? A Gale? It doesn't matter. I'll still be able to take down 2 of your teammates as long as we can isolate you, as long as my teammates can lane you effectively, because if you're lacking range. Now, when it comes to Canal Grande in particular, though, you're mostly going to be hiding inside of those bushes. Now, there are a few approaches to this. You can break open the bushes. You can do it for free with Griff, for instance. You can also just decide that this is going to be your main asset, and I'm going to stick here for as long as I can. Another brawler that has kind of shown up recently, even though she has been nerfed pretty much out of the meta entirely, she still manages to find her place here. It's Eve, because she can walk over water.
Yep.
I think it's a bit of a forgettable ability in a lot of respects, because a lot of maps don't have water, but Canal Grande, dude, it's a namesake. It has water in it. It has a giant canal. It is a free blue star at the beginning of the game, and I think it's a solid pick here.
I will how to say, I will disagree, but very, like, you know, tentatively here. I think that Eve, I don't think what she brings outside of that first blue star is worth that. She can walk over the water, she can get there first, and that's very, very cool, but I do think with the changes that she's seen over the year, and I mean, I'll be honest, I never really liked her to begin with, so at the end of the day, I think she's a trap on maps like this, where you go, oh, well, a lot of water, better pick Eve, and then, well, you picked Eve, so oh well. Now, that's a bad thing. So I think she might be a little bit of a trap, but I'm eager to see, you know, which one of us winds up kind of playing the prediction correctly here, because I think it's very possible that we do see the Eve selection. But the tick shows up. Love this choice. A little bit of area denial for the very few ways to come across. There's like 1 or 2 bridges across from side to side, but also that long-range tick head will be really important as well. So I like that choice, and the Gene across the way.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Gene is another brawler that totally comes to mind here. Now, in terms of, is this going to be my bush versus yours, Gene is pretty much indispensable, because with vision gear, you can suss out those enemies inside of enemy bushes, and you can get decent visibility on them for like a good few seconds, which is paramount, because one of the biggest benefits of bushes is visibility. The other one is, of course, speed, but you can still kind of chip down your enemies as well and keep them at range. Also, get some solid pulls on there. Tick is going to get countered by that very, very hard. It all comes down to, of course, whether he even stays in range of that. Surge also going to be a pick from AC Milan Qlash, kind of getting rid of some of those tank ideas from ZerøZone. They're not even going to go for it at all, in fact. If ZerøZone are able to deny the supers to Surge for the majority of the game, then that could actually be a win condition for them. The other thing is that Penny, she counters out Gene. She has more effective range than him. She also is able to block his super with that salty barrel, and already an early takedown. The jump pad in is an interesting strat from ZerøZone. It's kind of going to fall flat on its face for the time being, but maybe it'll work a little better later into the game. AC Milan Qlash on the left side, still trying to keep up the momentum. Take super available to beat VT Zim. Does have a little bit of area control with that. He can force enemies back if they get a little too hot on his heels. Kyo Dog on the right also still trying to get some solid damage versus no one on the right. Motep also picking up a kill on the left side. 9 stars to 3 so far as we cross into the final minute of this. Wesley is looking for some opportunities also to go for kills, but also VT Zim still is staying at very effective range. Also even moving closer towards Alonso when he thinks he can get that damage on it, because Alonso in close range is not going to be very effective as a Brawl.
That's the idea, is kind of jump on him. Not as kind of bad as the Squeak situation we were talking about, but still, Brock not exactly looking to kind of get up close and personal. Making use of that long range, taking down Motep right there. 15-12, blue star in the hands of ZerøZone, but won't matter unless we're tied. And, ooh, Tick Super taken care of. And Blackjack on the clock. We're counting down here. And at the moment, AC Milan Qlash have the ball, but ZerøZone definitely, oof. I was going to say definitely within arm's reach, but that last kill might have been it. That might be the dagger, and I think Qlash happens.
Motep could still get taken down. It would definitely be a start. It would definitely close things up. Wesley has no super to get Kyodog, though, and that is the win confirmation for AC Milan Qlash. And a match point incoming. I wonder if there's a little bit of division as well between the teammates. Yeah.
Yeah, I hate to cut you off, but I really wanted to bring it. They... VT Zip was not happy about that game at all. A little bit trouble in paradise. That one was really too close to count, though. If they did not find that last kill, that winds up being a ZerøZone victory. So very, very small margin of error. As we start this one off, VT Zim doing well. Wesley alive. JK, 8-3. AC Milan Qlash in the lead.
ZerøZone still trying to find an angle here, but they're all grouped up on that left side. Kyodog also going to upgrade to level 3 temporarily. Big damage onto Alonso. The Tick Super coming in. Missed shots for Alonso. Wesley bumps it back. Thankfully, Alonso's able to recover that. Had he not had that shot in the chamber, he would have been a dead man. Thanks to that gadget from Wesley. A super for Kyodog as well. In denial on the right side. Turret takes down no one. Wesley also falls a team wipe. The crying pin spin from Motep too. They cannot, though, get too confident now. They do boast an 11-star lead, which is absolutely massive. We've got more Brawl Stars to be played.
Kyodog, just always the guy, man. VT Zim right side is able to make it happen with the Tick selection. Kyodog, look at him play with the super. Watching this right side as everything's going to heck. Kyodog just picking and choosing his shots. There's just chaos on this right side of the map, and Kyodog by himself just like, hey, I'll be Surge. Jumps in, finds the win. 26-3, make it 28. AC Milan Qlash, the last one was close, and I think it turned them up a little bit. 30+ stars here ready, and AC Milan Qlash are looking cute, feeling cute.
And ZerøZone too, kind of already congratulating the victory. We see the Clash pins coming up too. Some spins and some pins coming out, but there's another pin from Alonso. Congratulations, AC Milan Qlash. A huge victory for them as they advance further onto the grand finals. And a little video for us as well. You know what? Cheers to you. Hey. Cheers to you, ZerøZone, as well. You had a good run. Now, though.
Oh, no, look. He's drinking up ZerøZone. Oh, we love to see it. Just your friendly neighborhood AC Milan Qlash. Right here, just doing it. That was a little BM, but I'm here for it. I'm here for it, man.
We're here for the BM. I mean, look, he might not be in the competitive scene anymore because he did retire, and I mean, it's a huge thing, right? But Marcel, inventor of the, Protesto, that whole kind of thing, which I love. It came from this region, man. Okay, leave it to them. And to see AQM, right, doing this well as well. This,
huge.
Kind of a momentum headed on. And with the World Finals in their future, I want to see them. I want to see a little bit of BM on the World Final stage, but they got to have the gameplay to back it up. And so far, it's looking promising.
Well, speaking of which, the World Finals, ZerøZone failed to win here, but it doesn't mean they're out of the running. Before we said ZerøZone had their fate in their hands, because they did, past tense. Now, it's all up to Portuguesa. If Portuguesa wins here in the semis and they win in the grand finals, then Portuguesa are able to take themselves all the way to the Brawl Stars World Championship in Paris, France. However, if they do not win out, then ZerøZone will be the team taking that spot. So Portuguesa here, they not only have to beat Chasmac, but they also have to beat AC Milan Qlash. Just a refresher, Chasmac is your number 2 team in the region, and your number 1 team, well, that's the squad in the finals. So Portuguesa Esports have their work cut out for them, but it is their work. All they have to do is win out.
I mean, it's that simple. You show up and then you beat them, right? 2-step process, easy stuff, knock it off the list. Firecrow, ice in the veins, stone cold here, no cap. It's a sad time for the audience, but for Firecrow, it is a very, very serious time because still, there is stuff on the line, right? Now, more so for ZerøZone, right? ZerøZone's fate, in a way, rests in the hands of Chasmac and also in Portuguesa in this showdown. But also, there's money to be won here, right? And we cannot forget about that as well. On the other side, I wonder where the guy went. I don't see anyone. I just see a background here.
I can't see anything.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a cool chair, though. I mean, maybe the chair's playing today.
Yeah, just, you know, I thought we'd see a player on the screen, but
yeah, nothing
to see here, I guess. Okay.
Oh well, I mean, maybe he's just elusive like that. Maybe we'll touch base later and check out what the guy's up to, you know, or if anyone is there, if it is not just an enigma. But still, I mean, boasting the World Finals 2020 shirt as well, the sweatshirt as well, definitely kind of a sign of status, a signature of accomplishment within the Brawl sphere. So we cannot underestimate this team. Even though they currently rest in 4th place, we cannot underestimate what they are capable of, because we saw it moments ago, they 2-0'd Vatra in a very dominant match. And while Chasmac has been sweeping the competition similarly, I don't think this match is going to be like the rest of the ones that we've seen today, which were all sweeps.
Agreed. You know, and the Portuguesa Vatra matchup straight up surprised me. I locked in my prediction as Vatra. You know, I went to event.brawlstars.com and said Vatra is winning this. And Portuguesa not only won, but they won emphatically. They really brought it to the opposition. And so now coming in here against Chasmac, I was coming in here saying, like, listen, Portuguesa, oh well, long shot, dark horse, undercard, whatever you want to say here. Now, all of a sudden, this is a real matchup to me. All of a sudden, just like that. Because there's a lot on the line. Portuguesa understand that. They've been to finals before, like you said, so that feeling is there. They know what's on the line. I don't think this one is as easy to call as we might have thought.
Yeah, and I think this could, once again, realistically, be a victory for Portuguesa Esports. I think pretty much guaranteed we see at least one set victory for them, and a, you know, highly likely set number 5. But we also kind of have to acknowledge things as well, because Portuguesa Esports, their main rival coming into this was their quarterfinals match, right? That was the first obstacle in the way, and it was a challenging one too. Vatra had the chance of going on to claim the spot that ZerøZone currently has at number 3. And now they're moving on to yet another one. They have one of the most challenging brackets that we have seen in this competition today, but they're holding together it real well. Now, I don't know about you, F-Dot, but I started oh, there he is! There he is! Okay, he just popped a super. Okay. Funny stuff.
That's a sick hat. That's a cool Portuguesa Esports hat he's got, by the way.
That's like big stuff.
That's pretty
like new era out here. You know, you can only buy those like 500 at a time. Yeah, ask me. I try to get some stuff done. It's like 500 minimum. Anyway, huge stuff for Portuguesa Esports. Hopefully it pays off. Hopefully the training has paid off too. Pick 1 coming in soon for Portuguesa.
Backyard Bowl, again, is where we like to see a lot of the classic picks, and they are banned out. So the Squeak first selection as well. So many options to kind of get on top of Squeak. But I think that even despite how many counters there are, I'm gonna call him the annoying guy, to Squeak the annoying guy, at the end of the day, man, what he provides, the area control, the area denial that Squeak brings to the table is close to unmatched. And so I don't mind him first pick here, even though there are so many ways to kind of get under his skin.
This is absolute. Well, at least I completely agree with it too. Now, Portuguesa Esports, maybe they disagree. Maybe they find some sort of weakness in this strategy. But 6-pick does belong to Chasmac, so there is a possibility of reacting to whatever Portuguesa Esports might go for themselves. But they can go super aggro with Bonnie, jump right onto him. Carl, exactly the same. This is one of the reasons why Squeak has been off meta for so long, is because Carl has been so extremely meta. The area he is going to struggle, though, and same deal for Bonnie, is whenever they go aggro, Otis is going to be doing his best to be waiting there with a super, which he charges faster now, by the way. If he fires all 3 of those shots, he's basically going to get his super if he connects all of those shots, all those volleys from each ammo that he spins. So you got to be careful about it.
Cool.
You also see the 6-pick of Colette. Very solid stuff. This is a great reactionary draft from Chasmac. Solid brawlers picked by Portuguesa Esports. Question is, though, who has the mobility to make it to the other side?
That's a tough one. And I mean, at the end of the day, sometimes you get these, I call them waddle comps, where you just sort of like waddle your way from side to side. There's no max, there's no, there's no super drive. Like, you just gotta walk, make it happen. We see these comps from time to time, no problem. Was it Chasmac that played the Nita earlier today?
Oh yeah.
I might have. I would have been open to see Pekka playing on the Nita, but Pekka on this Colette has been really, really powerful, and so this is the way to go. The reason I bring up Nita is there's no way to really stop this Carl. And so that is, I guess, the Starfish, but you're kind of using that on the other side of things, right? You want to use that to protect your own advances. So might be tough if Portuguesa get going. It might be tough for Chasmac to answer back. I think it's very important for Chasmac to kind of lead the charge and be the aggressor here in this matchup. But it's going to be Pitts jumping on in, getting 2 for his trouble. And nice defense by Pekka, long enough to get the respawn, and that's a denial.
Perfectly positioned there from Pekka as well. Those 3 Ps in a row, but I mean, well-deserved too, because he was right where he needed to be to intercept the ball so it couldn't be passed around him over the Parza ball. It was a great shout. He also has equipped an ability that is able to stun out Doritos, which is a great shout as well. And here he goes as well. Yeah. He's going to get taken down by Patino. A great defense too. Tufa around the right side, looking for some value versus him. Just trying to control him, since Bonnie is very lacking in range in this sort of form. An easy takedown into Tufa as well, as Doritos has kind of doubled down on that close range matchup. Pekka also on very low health. We'll see that cannon coming in soon. Portuguesa Esports, once again, are going to have to work their way to the enemy side the hard way.
Scoreless after a large amount of the game. Just about half a minute to go before overtime. Tufa on the right side. Doesn't have as much of an opportunity as it seems. Wide open here in the right lane, but Portuguesa just waiting to go ahead and jump on whoever walks past this 25-yard line, if you will. Tufa here right side, trying to deal with Pekka. And they're waiting for this opportunity once it goes into overtime, but it's Patino that's taking down Firecrawl on the back end, so Chasmac's going to have to do it too strong. They're able to take 1 down. There's Colette, the pass to Pekka, but Bonnie is here, and they're not going to be able to find the goal just yet. That's it. Ouch. That'll be it. That'll be it. That'll be it. It's open. Pass from Firecrawl to Pekka, and that's game 1.
Oh, man. And some ankles broken there at the end as well. I mean, hats off, though, to, you know, giving it your best shot there for Portuguesa. That was a very, very close goal there towards the end, but
yes,
I think we started to see Chasmac hit their stride towards the end of that game as well, because they kind of adapted to the situation. They realized that, okay, Squeak exists on the map, let's put Colette right next to him, so that it doesn't really matter who is laning him. It's going to be a tough matchup, especially for Doritos, who really wanted to super onto Tufa, but P.E.K.K.A had the reaction. He had that super, and it appears that he's also using the star power that allows him to stun enemies. He pushes them back, and that's a huge asset. Firecrow might be able to slide this one in as well, crossing the goal line, and one on the board for Chasmac.
An easy one there for Chasmac. Much different than last time around. And I said, Chasmac have to be the aggressors. If they're the aggressors, I think that there's a lot to be said about this comp. But on the other side, though, Portuguesa just have a lot of tools, whether it's Carl being Carl, it's Bonnie jumping on P.E.K.K.A like that. There are just so many options that I don't know if Chasmac have the answer to in these situations.
Let's see how they react. Coutinho on the left in a very aggressive position. P.E.K.K.A can't really push out of here. Now equipping the cannon. Doritos also trying to control some area. Does get pinched really hard and tagged up by Tufa. P.E.K.K.A now looking for the angle. Yet another pinch awaiting Coutinho on the left side. P.E.K.K.A gets to save his super for that offense too. It's all about Parzival trying to slow things down. He's going to be going for that kill, and P.E.K.K.A does end up succeeding. A super, rather gadget forward by Doritos. No kill just yet onto Tufa. He is pinched hard. There's the confirmation. Parzival taken down as well, and it's a 2v2 at mid.
Ball picked up here, shoved forward by Pitts. So ball on Chasmac's side, but nobody really with the opportunity to make moves just yet. Pitts dives in versus two, able to find nobody, but the teammate helps. There it is. Parzival gets 2 kills off of the assist from the Bonnie dive, and this will tie us up. 30 seconds to go. 1-all.
Great synergy here from Portuguesa Esports. The passing was just immaculate. Just rushing into that spawn so that all the shots were absorbed and it could be scored by Parzival. Now the clock is really ticking down. It's going to come down to that overtime matchup. P.E.K.K.A also expending yet another gotcha gadget. He has one more left and he saved it for overtime. None for Tufa. Here's the pass forward to P.E.K.K.A. Parzival is the lone defender. Doritos now closing in from the top side. The takedown for P.E.K.K.A. Parzival and Coutinho react. They have to push this ball to the enemy side or at least corner it so it's in a defensive position so that one pick by Chasmac BR does not threaten this set for Portuguesa.
Ball picked up by Doritos, shoved away. Portuguesa Esports slowed thanks to the work out of Tufa, but Tufa falls down. 2 players up for Chasmac, and that's all she wrote. They took game 1 and they take game 2 set in their hands.
And they seem to love waiting in that goal line as the clock ticks down too. Just to exemplify that, yeah, we did this. Oh my God, it's a cat. It's in the background. Thank you so much, Firecrow. It was just concealed for the time.
He's leaving to show us the cat. He's straight up leaving to show us the cat.
Firecrow's a real one for that, I gotta say. Beautiful cat in the background, I must say. Definitely one of the source of his energy for this set and possibly the upcoming ones too.
Absolutely. You know, I look at Chasmac Gaming there, and the first one was very close. Portuguesa playing really well. But the second one, I think Chasmac really understood that they needed to be a little bit more assertive, a little bit more aggressive, and that's, I think, what brought them the ultimate victory. So a beautiful look there coming out for the boys on the side of Chasmac. Portuguesa fighting to keep their championship dreams alive. We're going to say this a lot, folks, because this is really what it's all about. Players that have been playing the entire year for this opportunity. ZerøZone fell down. They are not knocked out of the running, but they are out of this monthly finals. And so now the ball is in Portuguesa Esports' court. They have to win not just here, but also the grand finals. And if Portuguesa Esports lose here, we still play the grand finals, but ZerøZone get their ticket punched and they go to Worlds. So it all comes down for now to this. And then if Portuguesa wins here, then it all comes down to the next one, which has to be so mentally taxing, just having all that on your shoulders.
Well, I think some of the pressure could be alleviated in the next set because it is knockout. Now, like we said a lot last year around Hot Zone, it's the newest mode in the game, and for that reason, it's not as consistent, right? It's not as clear-cut, it's not chalk who takes the W here. Now, Chasmac definitely, you know, definitely the predicted winner here. They've had more consistently, Portuguesa undoubtedly the underdog. However, with the 1v1s that Knockout often forces, this can level the playing field a lot more for some of those underdog teams. It's also a lot more forgiving because you have 3 rounds within each game, so there's way more time, there's way more possibilities of recovering. So I'm curious to see how it happens on Goldarm Gulch. I'm you know, in Goldarm Gulch myself. I'm, you know, seeing a few Ricos around here. Those brawlers definitely come to mind, but maybe some bans could be in order too, as far as like the Carls and the Bonnies of the world, but it didn't seem like Chasmac was too bothered by them anyway.
Yeah, no, they really, you know, they went into a call matchup with a single gadget to deal with him, and we're fine, right? Like, so with that idea, I think I talk a lot about this, how like when a meta exists, the top teams wind up being one step beyond it, right? And I bet you throughout the entire summer of Carl that your top teams were trying to play without and into Carl, and now they get to kind of use those strategies and really kind of bring the pain, so to speak. So we'll see if it works out here. Big picture, best of 5, Chasmac up 1. And so we shall see who AC Milan Qlash faces off against in the grand finals, whether it's Pizzino and Portuguesa and their dreams are alive for Worlds, or it's Chasmac and we just see the number 1 and 2 teams clash, with ZerøZone being that 3rd selection for the World Championship. So knockout Goldarm Gulch it is, a draft coming at you, and the bands should fly in a matter of moments. There they are. No call, says Chasmac. So all that conversation, not correct.
Well, and I also like the bans, undoubtedly, right? He's such a strong brawler in general, but Bonnie's still available, and, well, this is a great shout from Chasmac to go for the Janet as well. Portuguesa Esports have banned some brawlers that can seriously dictate how these matches go. Now, Piper doesn't absolutely come to mind as a game changer, but Bo most certainly does. He can be very frustrating to play against as he fires down from a diagonal, and really those mines, you get stunned by one, and that can throw the entire game. We've seen it happen time and time again to trip up some Titans, even in a region. When it comes to Chasmac Gaming VR, they have alternatives. They're going to be going for Bell too, and also with the Janet in tow, they have a lot of range to exploit here. Now, with also some wall break possibilities from Brock, they will have to carefully consider pick number 5 in terms of its range. They might also just go for something to stir up things on the side of Portuguesa, something a little unexpected.
You certainly shall see. I love the Janet
there it is.
on Goldarm Gulch, or not specifically Goldarm Gulch, but Knockout. She can hurt you and you can hurt her. That sounds like a win to me, but it's you have to use that super very, very particularly, because on the other side, if you land, well, you're probably dead if the other person isn't already. So a risk versus reward, but I love the first pick, and pairing it up with long range and Daryl. I again love CMG's draft here. Very, very strong. However, we see the Grom on the other side, and Grom, map specific, winds up doing a lot of work in Knockout that I've seen.
This is a brawler that we don't really see very often, and when we do see it, it's usually actually played very, very well, because Grom has a ton of range. He has about as much range as a Piper if you're throwing that projectile at max range directly in front of you, but it's a little bit slower. It's also a lot easier to track. We'll see how Chasmac reacts to it, with especially Grom lurking on this left side where Pekka can easily take down that watchtower totem that reveals a lot of bushes around it. But Tufa has a similar ability, and Tufa's does damage, which is where Janet can also succeed with her own gadget too. So far though, Pekka kind of taking some baby steps around the top side, just auto-charge his super as well. You can get a roll-in on an unsuspecting target. We still also don't know what gadget Pitzinho is running. He might even be running rocket laces to get away from an enemy.
Could be. We'll see the gas come in seconds here, I think.
There it is.
It's been a while since we haven't seen a kill. Pekka finds one. So the 3-on-1 as Tufa finds Doritos. Grom's going to go ahead and just call it. So Chasmac, go ahead, take round 1. That one seemed not difficult, Reddy. It really didn't seem like Portuguesa had much going on here. Pekka gets a little aggressive and is going to fall for it, unable to confirm the kill on a Brock that they were fishing for.
And that's the rocket laces. Oh, wow, and the third one's used already by Pitzinho, too. He's going to maybe get taken down by the gadget. He does take it down in time. Doritos also going for the kill on Fire Crow. And we see Tufa in hot pursuit is going to try and lay on top of these guys, get some piercing damage, but he ends up getting pinched in the end. Still, though, we're out of gadgets on the side of Pitzinho. This Brock over here has no more rocket laces. And that could be a bit of a downside.
It won the round.
It most certainly did, right? Taking down Pekka. This time, though, he has none of them, which, if it's a win condition, that is not a great situation.
Yeah, that is for sure. Playing the map diagonally. Parzival trying to find these Grom shots. Again, I like Grom on this map. I think that Grom can actually do a lot of work here, but Chasmac have just been fantastic in avoiding a lot of the damage that Grom is outputting. Like you said, one of the easier characters to dodge, just kind of sit in the diagonal of where that projectile is going to land, but so much range really makes the early stages of this kind of nice. Trouble up top, as it's the stunt girl Tufa taking down Bonnie. Now it's 3 versus 2, Portuguesa on the bad side again, and Grom falls down. Round and game goes to Chasmac.
Still a little iffy about the Grom. I'm curious to see where exactly it's expected, at least, to trounce Chasmac, because for now, it has just been a point of weakness, unfortunately. I understand the mentality of, well, none of you guys are able to throw over walls, so yeah, so you can't throw over walls, so I'm going to, do that to counter you guys, but I'm also going to be just as vulnerable to Daryl as everyone else, so it doesn't really ameliorate the issue, but Parzival is really backing things up. We're on the right side. Still, Firecrow has the longer range in this matchup. He has the faster shot speed, too. He's even going to shift targets onto Parzival. Still no takedowns in the game just yet.
So with the Grom, I think because it's so easy to dodge what he's got going on, you need to have a character in the melee, whether it's a tank or it's an assassin, to kind of like shepherd the opponent into Grom damage. Right there, good example. Characters kind of looking towards Bonnie, and Parzival is able to find the kill. 3v2, Portuguesa on the good side. Not sure if they have control of this just yet, as Doritos half HP, but so is Pekka. Big damage from the other side.
Parzival is saving the super for the next round, but we got to see the takedown to Firecrow still. Pekka might be able to find something from this. There's the emergency super. Pitzinho jumping away. Pekka still alive. There's the final shot. Was that 1 health left? Such little left for Grom there, but Parzival remains alive, at least for another round. Portuguesa Esports have gadgets to spare, too. This is a great outlet for them.
Fantastic position for Portuguesa to be in. Again, must win game here. Tufa taken to the sky, returns to safety. That's what we were talking about. Can't land behind enemy lines. Pekka very low as well, and Chasmac Gaming now stepping off the gas to kind of recover and recharge. Portuguesa don't have the HP bars in order to re-engage. So pretty much an all-out reset. Everybody returning to full HP. 3-on-3. And the poison set to come in right about now.
Solid stuff for Pitzinho also, as he's pushed back Firecrow a lot. He has to concede somewhere too. Jump up by Doritos, a takedown too. Pekka's on such low health. Will that take him down? Nope. The super doesn't punch through enough. Tufa also solid damage. There's the reaction as well. Pitzinho also falls. and now it's tied up within this game. If Chasmac take this round, they are going to push it to set 3 with 2 victories under their belt.
Anytime it goes to anytime that the arena starts to shrink, Chasmac Gaming have the upper hand. Portuguesa just don't have the close range brawlers that Chasmac do. Toof is able to take care of things here. You know, getting on top of Grom and Brock, like we covered Brock before. Grom's kind of the same situation where, like, you kind of just don't want to be him in melee. And so as the map gets smaller, things become more Chasmac oriented. 3-2 with Chasmac in the lead, both in the set and the game at the moment. Here comes Daryl, barreling in. Parsifal goes down. The only one alive is the Bonnie player. And that will be that round, game, and set. And so Firecrow and the guys feeling good still, and ZerøZone sitting on the sidelines watching the games going, thanks.
like let's go Chasmac, they're saying here. But Portuguesa Esports, they know that you know, a lot of people are rooting against them in this situation. And look, I mean, if they even make it beyond here, they're facing AQM, so this is another a lot of people rooting against them. So I think that they're probably okay with this, but the pressure is still evident regardless of where it's coming from, and it has led to some questionable decisions. Now, the Daryl on the side of Chasmac, right? Very solid pick there, because they knew if they didn't pick it then, it would be picked up by Portuguesa, and they were able to get away with it too because Portuguesa decided that they were going to go for a thrower, which didn't really address the issue of, you know, there being a Daryl, because it was clear that Chasmac was aware of the issue of that just existing on the enemy team. That's why they picked it. And Portuguesa, once again, they didn't really address the issue. I'm hoping that they're a little more reactionary when it comes to open zone, because this is their last chance.
Yes, it quite literally is. If they lose this one, Portuguesa goes home until next year. So definitely one that they want to kind of keep rolling here for sure. And I agree. I think a lot of times you hear these professionals and they say you've got to play your own game, but at the same time, you've got to be aware of what's going on. And I feel like that Grom selection, like I said, I've seen that Grom played on that map, played in that game mode a lot. Not against that composition. You know, that composition, once the map starts to get smaller, you're going to get jumped on. So unfortunate for Portuguesa. They now shift their eyes over to open zone, hot zone. So we should see a lot of area denial. Squeak has been selected a lot in this draft, so we'll see where Squeak shows up here. I expect to see him, if not banned, selected with the frequency that these teams have been going in the direction of Colonel Ruff's creation.
Well, there's still abundant picks to go for here. One that comes to mind without a doubt is Poco, if he's not banned out. And if he's not banned out, I will definitely leave it to Portuguesa to try and make a run with that brawler. And I think that there's going to be abundant counterplay and a lot of preparation on the side of Chasmac. It just seems like a trap that Chasmac would leave available, leaving open powerful brawlers that they know that they can counter effectively. And from there on, playing their own game, like you mentioned. There's a difference, though, between playing your own game and, you know, playing your own game with that game being, you know, something that works. Because at the end of the day, the objective is, let's win. Yeah, I mean, like it's you know, you hear phrases, right? Like, you know, jack of all trades, master of none, but better than a master of one. That's the part that you don't hear. What you don't hear of play your own game is as long as it works. And let's hope Portuguesa Esports pick up on that. They do have first pick, so they can pick up a strong brawler to boot, but they can't fall into a trap. Poco is available. Chasmac Gaming have gotten rid of some key players here, especially B is going to be a hot point of contention as Portuguesa have banned it out too.
Tough stuff here. First selection for Chasmac Gaming. BR. We'll see which direction they go to. Firecrow looking very comfortable. First pick by Portuguesa will be the Max. Is Max your favorite brawler in the game?
Maybe.
Sounds like a maybe.
I would. It's like Max is a fantastic brawler. I love to see comps formed around her. She's very entertaining to watch, especially if we like move over to East Asia, where they really like to hammer down on this brawler and even play it as a lane and like have death matches with brawler. And it's one of those where if you play it well, it can be the most impressive brawler in the game, and she's also a great asset to her team. She's a fantastic brawler, but she's very mechanical. And Portuguesa Esports, they've impressed us with their mechanics. Just the drafts have looked a little bit off. So this is a solid start for them, but they need to pick some brawler that is complemented by Max here.
I'm not sure if that's Penny, but Penny is just strong enough that like I don't really. I'll just pick Penny, right? I want to see who number 5 is, and an Amber.
Oh, I like it.
Okay, I do. I think Amber. Honestly, I just think that these are 3 strong selections. You've got Penny, who does well, go hide the turret or go hide the mortar, and it does work from afar. Amber does really well when it comes to area denial type stuff as well. And then Max, like you said, just Max here. I don't really see a lot of synergy between these characters, but I think they're just strong brawlers. And sometimes you just pick 5-color good stuff, and I think that's what we have over here on Portuguesa's. What's your take on Chasmac's draft?
They picked Carl here, and there is no reaction for Portuguesa unless Penny decides that she's going to use the star power that gives her turret-like explosion when she throws it down. That would be the only stun that Portuguesa Esports have, which means that, okay, well, I'm Carl, and I'm going to just jump on top of you as Amber. Amber is really the focus point of Portuguesa Esports' team comp at the moment, because if they can get speed onto Amber, everyone from the enemy team has to retreat. The reaction from Chasmac is, well, we have a brawler that literally cannot lose to Amber as long as we have the super. Pekka has the super now. We'll see how he decides to play with it. For the time being, Portuguesa Esports will pull ahead. Here's a super and a gadget right before. And it looks like also Parzival is going to be using the star power that gives him a little bit wider of an angle, so he's not going to be going for any explosion either. There's 0 Carl counterplay on the side of Portuguesa Esports, but so far it doesn't seem to be causing them too many issues, although they are behind on percentage for the time being.
Yeah, Chasmac were the first ones to swing, and to be fair, it was the Carl that wound up with a 2K. But Portuguesa have responded in kind, and now have not only taken the lead, but have taken the lead and then some. Still finding some kills, almost doubling the lead here of Chasmac Gaming's. Pekka taking damage for both Doritos and Pits. But now Chasmac, 3 players strong, all supers available. This is where they make their push. Portuguesa, 61%, falling off the point at the moment. And Tufa, taken to the sky. Can't find the damage onto Parzival, and can't find the damage onto Doritos either. Lands and falls. And now it's Chasmac's time to come back.
Doritos has to circle around this top right side. Firecrow also getting pushed back towards the bottom left. Gonna lurk in these bushes for as long as he can. He could really use that speed here right now. Doritos also gadgeting back. He has 1 more phase shifter left for this game. Pizzino also getting some solid stuff in the long-range matchup, but Pekka's going to gadget it 1 more time for a free kill. Circle around the backside, down goes the turret, and Doritos and Parzival are forced off of this point. Different turret positioning now, but Chasmac Gaming has control of mid. How will Pizzino make this happen on the right side? He doesn't get freely killed by Pekka now. He can still get tapped up at long range. Here comes some damage for Pekka. Tufa and Firecrow still holding it down around the left side, and they're just about to eclipse Portuguesa and capture percentage.
Chasmac Gaming above 90% here. Portuguesa, though, finding the kill. Firecrow the only one on the point, and now he owns 97% in Chasmac, but Portuguesa, they're passing it, and they're hitting 100. Portuguesa staying alive. They take game number 1.
Could be a reverse sweep incoming. This was promising stuff from Portuguesa. They looked strong towards the beginning of the match. They also were very, very smart about playing that Carl matchup towards the end of the game. I think they recognize that they can be in range of Carl. They can allow Carl takedowns as long as they isolate it just to that primary target of Amber on the left side, because he only has 3 gadgets per game, and that game got dragged out a whole lot longer than that.
The biggest thing about that Carl play was the dash away from Max, and we see it again here. Max makes sure that Carl only gets 1 player, is able to answer back. That said, Tufa's still waiting there. But Portuguesa playing around the Carl real well. Pekka's obviously going to get that player, but the immediate trade out, I don't like that gadget usage. That feels like a bad burn. That said, Portuguesa are trailing by like 20%, so maybe, if not all doom and gloom for Chasmac here.
I think Chasmac are more than anything just trying to keep up the momentum, but they have lost that. In fact, Portuguesa Esports now threatened to usurp the throne as leader in percentage for the time being. Pekka around the left side is struggling to get in range, but he does have a super. He can sneak around here. He's got to get some enemies weakened down from long range. He has to rely on his teammates for that. Coutinho also taking serious damage, but Doritos is still very much alive. Portuguesa Esports are going to have to pick up some more percentage here as well. Circling on and off that point. Tufa slowly backing up. Pekka getting a kill onto Coutinho. Doritos out of reach, out of range. Pekka getting dodged to. Takedown with help of that turret on the back lines. Parzival also defeated on the back right. Chasmac Gaming BR now just taking back the lead, but it's only by a few percent before Portuguesa Esports fire back just as fast. And now we're only effectively halfway through the game. Pekka has no gadgets left.
Tie game here. Just about. And Portuguesa Esports have control of the point. They'll break the tie. And now they're rocketing towards the top, passing that 70% mark. All three players here, center and local. Pekka executes the super, and immediately we see Portuguesa spread out, and Coutinho actually able to win the fight. Right now, Portuguesa have to fall off the point, and so it's Chasmac's turn to step forward, ready.
Big moves, though, as Firecrow is clearing out mid, getting good dodges and kills left, right, and center. Chasmac Gaming BR now catching up once again. Portuguesa Esports do have the victory on the right lane if they play this right, but Pekka is standing firm for as long as he can. Doritos needs to pump out more damage. They got to get these guys off the point. Firecrow and Pekka could go down. No, not going to be enough damage coming out in time. And despite a close game, it's a match point incoming for Chasmac Gaming.
Much closer this time around for Portuguesa. A much better look in this world of Hot Zone. However, this one comes down to the wire, and they're unable to really find this victory here, ready. You know, as we're looking, Portuguesa trying to keep themselves alive. What's the last bit of help they need? Pretend you're coach ready set. What does Portuguesa do here in Game 3 to confirm their grand finals?
Man, I mean, there's something to be said about casters and coaching and you know, should they talk about the draft and this and that, but what appears to be the issue is, on the surface, it's not really abundant. It really looks like they could bait out some more gadgets from Pekka, if anything. Otherwise, Amber's been playing very well. Parzival is struggling on the right lane, though. Tufa giving him a very hard time. Doritos playing very well. We could maybe attribute it to that right side. Tufa's doing a phenomenal job. And we do see the turret coming down now. Chasmac Gaming have taken a huge lead, though. Let's see how Portuguesa Esports are able to take it back, if they are, because we're nearing that point of no return.
Much different story this time around. Both Game 1 and Game 2 were back and forth, with Portuguesa even taking one of them. In comes Carl, and down goes Coutinho. Tufa trying to fight Parzival, though, as Tufa's team 6% away from the victory, and Portuguesa 6% away from their season's end. Doritos and friends trying to crunch together here in the mid. Tufa from the right-hand side, Firecrow from the mid, sending everybody off. All Blue needs to do is step forward for 6%, and Portuguesa will not let that happen. Firecrow taking most of the damage here from the right-hand side. Doritos barely gets on out, and Parzival can't find the last hit. Here comes Carl.
It's all coming to a head with Pekka. That one super in is all that it takes to get his entire team on that point. It's a win for Chasmac, and the excitement on Firecrow's face is, I mean, it could be more. This, once again, just another day in the gaming chair for Chasmac Gaming. Another day, another grand final, but something that we cannot see is happening on the back lines. ZerøZone are confirmed.
Yep.
They're going to the World Finals.
That's the big headline here, is that for Chasmac, yes, They're already qualified, just another day in the chair. But for ZerøZone, they lost their semifinals. Their destiny was out of their hands. They needed Chasmac to get this victory, or at the very least, AQM to get the victory later on. Well, they don't have to wait. We know who is going to represent this region at the World Championship. It's Chasmac. It's ZerøZone now in that third spot, alongside AC Milan Qlash. So congratulations to ZerøZone. They have earned their way to the Brawl Stars World Championship. We will see them in Paris. But for now, we still have a grand finals to go through. The #1 seed and the #2 seed of this region are going to bang heads together, and we will see who finds their victory here. Ready?
It's going to be very, very exciting as well because, like, yeah, we're confirmed for Worlds, but we still got El Clasico for one last time for the year because, well, I mean, it is quite unlikely that we see these two go head-to-head in the World Finals. Brackets have to work in weird ways for that to happen as well. But still, it's exciting stuff, and there's a whole lot of cash money on the line, which is once more exciting. What will the record look like at the end of the day? Because Chasmac Gaming, they upset AQM in the last month, and who knows, is it them pulling ahead, or was it really just an upset and a good day for Chasmac?
That is the question. That will be fun to talk about, but frankly, it do not matter. We know who's going, and that's what matters. ZerøZone, AC, Milan Qlash, and Chasmac Gaming BR. Now I'm excited. As you said, El Clasico. Welcome to LATAM South. AC Milan Qlash and Chasmac Gaming in the finals. Grass is green, water is wet. Very exciting, though, to see these two teams go head-to-head. They both already qualified. They both know what's on the line. What kind of matches do you expect to kind of see here? Do you think they're going to have some fun, or do you think this is going to be sort of the last real practice that they get?
I really do think that this is the central match that they have been preparing for. They are trying to show each other up, in my opinion. Now, when it comes to the scoreline, my opinion has been incorrect for the entire day, except for my, predictions of sweeps, which have been abundant. In fact, every single match has been a sweep, whether a 2-0 or a 3-0. But we have seen some game victories and some close games along the way, too. So, don't throw me out just yet. Still, AC Milan Qlash and Chasmac Gaming BR. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it, man. Let's see if I'm right for this one, okay? Maybe I can get a Dubsky in here towards the end too. AC Milan Qlash and Chasmac Gaming BR, I think, are the best match teams in this region. The scoreline in previous months has told the exact same story, so this is definitely going beyond a sweep. And if I'm incorrect, I don't know, man. But I really would like to see some more Brawl Stars from these guys.
Absolutely. I'm thinking about my prediction here. Of course, friends at home, make your predictions alongside us at event.brawlstars.com. We do this every month. Usually it's a pin that's up for grabs. This time it's a spray. So lock your predictions in here real quick, not just for this show, but we've got a ton of other regions that you'll be able to go ahead and lock your predictions in for sure as well. And this one is tough because AC Milan, they're your #1 seed, and they're kind of the easy one to go for. I think Chasmac has been playing really good Brawl Stars today, specifically. And so with that in mind, it might be, and that's the information I needed.
Yeah.
Was Spider-Man still on the team? And he is not. So I don't know. They're no longer our friendly neighborhood world championship goers. They're just another Brawl Stars team. So I don't know, man.
Just another Brawl Stars team. Just another Brawl Stars team with a pin in the game, too. These guys are the real deal, too. And they are, once again, they're here to show up, do their job, and do it well. That's why they're in the office. That's where they're boot camping together, too. AC Milan Qlash, not to be underestimated, even on the world stage versus teams that we have seen do really, really well when it came to MSI. And we got a bit of a taste of what a Worlds might look like. AC Milan Qlash was there as well. Now, when it comes to Chasmac Gaming, different story. We didn't see them at MSI, but they are pretty serious about what they do. And as you said, F-Dot, they've been looking really, really good today. Not even messing around, it looks like.
Yeah, not at all. Really, really impressed with what this team has been able to bring here. And again, you know, the mental drain of having to play at your top, even though you're already qualified, can be a little bit tough. Sometimes this is where you see these teams devolve. And so for Firecrow and the guys to kind of stick through it, I think was really impressive. And we even saw some fun stuff. Like I said, you know, when we saw the Nita selection, I understood that draft. It was not the meta tier list draft, but they were still playing serious Brawl Stars, right? They had everything they needed to kind of make it happen. That's where I expect this match to go. I don't think we're going to see, like, you know, any troll comps, but I think what we're going to see is more of an exploration of what's viable and what's possible. So I'm eager to see that. Teams right now just getting ready. Obviously, Chasmac just coming off of their last match. We're going to give them a little bit of a breather before they jump in here. AC Milan Qlash, well, they've been waiting around, getting ready to see who they were going to go head-to-head up against. And so now that we have our grand final set, very excited to kind of jump on in here. Still a best of 5 as well. And like Reddy, you've said, these teams are qualified, but there's still money on the line.
There absolutely is, and there's fame, there's glory, there's cash, there's a lot on the line beyond just the World Finals, and you know, it's been that situation for a couple of months now between these two teams, having AC Milan Qlash, I believe, being one of the first teams to lock in their World Finals spot around the world as well. So they've been pretty much competing for the prize money, the fame, the glory, the seeding too. Now these two, they're, you know, pretty far apart in terms of points. There's no seeding at stake here between these guys, but still, we cannot discount all the other goodies awaiting them. Now, in terms of, you know, what kind of brawlers, what kind of drafts, what kind of gameplay could be awaiting us, I think it'll be noticeably different from what we've seen today, because you don't want to give away your really good picks, your, you know, secret drafts, your secret weapons in the early games when you know for a fact that the team, the enemy team, and everyone behind them, the coaches, the analysts, are going to be carefully scouting you out.
Absolutely. Coming into our grand finals here, we're going to do Gem Grab at Deep Diner. We'll do Brawl Ball, a Heist, and then Knockout and Bounty if need be. And so for the moment, we'll start things off with the Gem Grab over here. Very spooky. And DJ Frank still holding it down. But eager to see the selections here for Gem Grab. I think, honestly, we've seen a whole lot of buzz, usually as a reactionary selection to sometimes a Carl, but in general, we've seen a lot more buzz than I think a lot of people might have anticipated. And so I'm always happy when I get to see the dinosaur, but I think he's been very intelligently selected here today.
Well, let's see if he gets intelligently selected. Again, bans are coming through. Max, Squeak, Crow on the side of AC Milan Qlash. Chasmac Gaming getting rid of the dog. Also Janet and Griff. Some tank counters sprinkled in there too on both sides. But Chasmac with the ban of Colonel Ruffs, it appears that, like, Colonel Ruffs is a fantastic brawler here. Don't get me wrong. But he also is here for wall break, typically. And when you're banning out Colonel Ruffs, it basically screams to the world that we want to use that wall for something. That, you know, funky little wall on either side of Deep Diner. Whether that means that you want to play Surge or you want to play Barley. Chasmac Gaming BR, they get to decide what they go for here because they have 6 pick. AC Milan Qlash, they're acutely aware. We saw them get rid of Surge in an earlier match too. Bo on the side of Chasmac Gaming BR is going to be a solid mid. Can also break open enemy walls if need be. So it fulfills that role that Colonel Ruffs would have. It's definitely a bit of planning ahead for the draft. Otis always going to be solid too. Gets rid of some capabilities of tanks, but AC Milan Qlash are going to have to do much of the same with different brawlers. Maybe a Colette could be in store.
I'm really glad that Otis is viable now. I think Otis, the silence is such an interesting form of crowd control. And I mean, you know, the basic attack is fine, right? Sure. I just think it's very interesting. I like the Starfish. I think it's a very, it's a unique ability here in Brawl. And so I'm eager to kind of see how he can control, whether it's tanks or otherwise. I expect him to kind of, you know, look for the Colette control for sure. So we'll see how it all works out with the Stew picked up here, which I feel like Otis does really well against Stu because he can just silence out Stu's kind of like beep beep. What's your take on that? Am I wrong?
I think you're absolutely correct. It also comes down to how well can you track Stu, because typically the way that Stu is played, you're shooting your shots and you're auto-aiming that super, so you're just traveling pretty much perpendicular to your enemy and avoiding all kinds of shots. There's the Sam. This is what all the tank countering was for. And there's no wall break on the side of AC Milan Qlash, which I believe is actually a huge oversight on their part. We've seen Sam banned out here and there, not even selected once today, and now we get to see this guy in action. And well, I wonder what he'll do versus Stu. Canonically, he's a robot hater, but I don't think he's really going to be getting in range. Stu is definitely a counter to tanks because he can stay at range, but VT Zim's going to be trying to lock it down on the right side. There's another value that Stu boasts is that he's actually a fantastic mid. While he's not as tanky as most other, mid-viable brawlers, he does get to pop down that speed zone and have a lot of speed at mid. He can also just dash in and out when he wants gems.
That's really the key that I like about Stu in gem grab, specifically on this map, because there's so much coverage in that middle, is his ability to just kind of like dash in, grab a gem, dash out. Right here, Cow Dog just kind of new boot goofing. Man, just not able to get hit. Fantastic work from Cow Dog on this Stu. Dash, hit, and just, this is what a strong Stu player is able to do, which is why I'm excited to see Otis kind of like shut it down.
Well, we'll see if KyoDog even decides that he wants to play this matchup too much. He shifted over to the right just a little bit so Tufa didn't get to push forward too far. VT Zim gonna get taken down. Tufa will get also taken down by KyoDog. Now circling towards mid, getting a little bit of supercharge. Firecrow sitting very high up on the right side, dodging out damage from Tufa, just sort of trying to slow down his offensive on the right side, but the healing is just remarkable for this brawler. VT Zim silenced instantly as he tries to go in for a slick move, also getting punished on the right side with a pinch. P.E.K.K.A still staying very aggressive. Mines are down in this area, which is going to make it particularly difficult for KyoDog to get forward. He managed to land that shot too. He's actually going very, very deep. VT Zim needs to pick up a kill. AC Milan Qlash have to keep up the offense if they want to interrupt this countdown.
5 seconds remaining. Motep can't get in there. Here comes VT Zim, unable to find it. And Chasmac Gaming able to take this one nicely. So, I always ask the question, would you rather be the team that won on the top side and have been waiting for a while here, or would you rather be the team that just won and have to play back-to-back? And I think looking at this one, Chasmac are a lot more warm than AC Milan Qlash are. I'm curious if that's temporary or if Chasmac are just amped up from their victory. I think AC Milan Qlash did not play their best Brawl Stars there. Cow Dog kind of did, but I didn't see much out of VT Zim and Motep, which I can't help but think is just sort of like a first game of the finals blues type deal.
Yeah, and maybe even just as AC Milan Qlash is trying to get ready, they're throwing a total curveball. You don't usually see Sam played in competitive because, well, he's always banned out, and therefore you don't really get experience playing versus him. And Tufa's just wrecking house right now. Look at how much he heals with every time he picks up his super. It is just free, infinite healing. He does eventually get 3v1'd. Wow, you can't win a 1v3? That must mean that you are normal. No one can win a 1v3 unless, of course, you're playing Sam, which Tufa is doing a phenomenal job of so far, but the reaction from AC Milan Qlash is very solid. KyoDog also blocking up some damage, slowing things down on offense. Good damage as well from Firecrow on the left side. 10 seconds remaining for Chasmac to bring it back. Super in from Tufa. KyoDog barely staying alive. There's the interruption. I think Tufa will be keeping those tire marks as a souvenir. He's running right back to the enemy side. VT Zim trying to help out, but it's not going to work out.
Wow.
Chasmac are right back to mid.
Oh man, Sam, what an absurd character. So yeah, newer to the game. Every time he picks up that super, he gets the super back, which is to throw his hands essentially. So he throws hands, he heals up when he picks them back up, deals more damage with them on. And just, it's that passive heal, I think, I guess it's an active heal. That's so dangerous. Sam goes in there in the corner and just drops the kick. And because of that, he drops the opponent. And it looks like we're done with Gem Grab. And I think AC Milan Qlash plan on banning Sam.
Yeah, yeah. Let's get rid of this guy now. Let's put it to an end.
Yeah.
AC Milan Qlash, they just cannot let this slip through. Firecrow definitely feeling amped up, still in the zone though, because wow, I mean, what a clean game there for them. Even when things were looking a little bit grim there towards the end, Sam, he showed up. He did Sam things. Well done for him.
I mean, listen, I'm like, just what is it's 30%, right? 30%, I believe, is the heal that Sam gets off of picking up his super, and there's not really a big. He starts with it charged up, like. So it becomes real problematic. I think later on we might see an adjustment to the heal at the very least, because it's that sustain, realistically speaking, right? You know, he can walk you down. His gadgets are kind of interesting. I think one of them knocks you back, one of them pulls you in or whatnot. But like, it's really about that heal that I think that makes him so absurd, and that's what basically won that gem grab for us. Doing a little Spike impression, I think they're ready.
Oh, my bad. Well, you know, we like to get some Spike impressions out here every now and then.
A little bit.
I can get like a voice line in there every now and then, a little ha-ha. What I was going to say, of course, is when you're backing your enemy into a corner with Sam, they might even think they're getting away from you, but in reality, they're only approaching their destiny, because the closer you get to wall, the more you can spam that super and heal up infinitely.
Yeah, that is the scary part, is that, you know, you don't have to. It's like a fighting game. When you're against the wall, you're just like, well, I have more options now as a Sam player, so ban it, I think. That's my opinion. So we'll see how things go as we head over to Beach Ball and we see where this one lands here. Because at the end of the day, I think that, you know, it's hard to kind of look at that at that last one and really give that the up and down here, removing Sam from the conversation. But I also think, again, these two teams already qualified. Nothing on the line, so to speak, outside of like some strong money, which is a big deal for what it's worth. Poco's in the pool, looks like. But real talk, this is where you do that, because anyone that has ever been either a professional player, around professional players, in professional scenes, scrims, these players do practice against each other. They do absolutely scrim. AC Milan Qlash and Chasmac Gaming, listen, I don't know these players intimately, but I'm sure that they scrim against each other. However, if you know these players, anyone will tell you scrims are absolutely not the same as the real game on stage. And so this is one of the only times you're going to get real experience playing against Sam. So I like the fact that it wasn't banned out last time around. AQM got a chance to kind of play against it, see how they could possibly counter it, see just how strong it was in practice versus on paper. And now we know, so don't do it again. You know, like that's, I actually don't hate that choice. But now that we have the data ready, I think it's time to ban him out. Chasmac does so, and here we go.
Oh, interesting pick of Gene, actually. Considering that, well, Colonel Ruffs kind of counters this brawler with his sandbags. He can pop him down. AC Milan Qlash, if they decide to go for something that absolutely hard counters Colonel Ruffs, then maybe he'll switch to the other star power, or rather the other gadget, which, you know, brings down a meteor shower. But still, it does fairly well versus Spike as well. It's not really a pick that I love on the side of AC Milan Qlash, but it could also just be a display of confidence. I'm not so sure about that, though, either after a first set loss. We'll see a B and a Griff pick also from Chasmac Gaming BR. It looks like they're going to be opening up this map as much as they can, because Colonel Ruffs will break open walls with his super should he have the star power equipped. Griff also gets 3 free wall breaks per game too, and B just gets to wreck house. Here's the reaction. It's a stew from AC Milan Qlash. This is much stronger draft for Chasmac Gaming BR, but it still depends on execution.
Yes.
AC Milan Qlash can finish it out quickly. They can also dismantle things that Chasmac Gaming BR are trying to execute as they are in progress, but they cannot let them get too far. Otherwise, they are definitely done.
That's the key for me. If I'm AQM, I think their win condition, so to speak, is a lot of times I kind of focus on who wants to be the aggressor versus the defender. Well, AQM, their role here is disruption. They kind of want to allow Chasmac to be the aggressor, but not play full defense. They just want to get in there and kind of mess them up.
That was really
Nice
close
job.
right there. Super for KyoDog was so close. Just trying to get that ricochet shot. It fell just short, didn't go in that goal.
I don't know if it would have had that angle. I think this barrel on the left side might prevent that, question mark. Otherwise, you really have to nail that perfect corner of the box in order to get that angle. Oh, I see. You can bounce off the top end. That'd be a heck of a trick shot. I'll tell you that right now. But the sandbags are out. Okay. KyoDog here pushes the ball forward to the left side. Yeah, curious about the sandbags here. But we'll see how it works out.
Yeah, it could have been a misclick there too, a mistap if you will. Motep on the left side, getting some good chip shots too. There's one more set of sandbags left. It's gonna have to be used very, very effectively. Pekka also has a spawnable. He has a turret that he can throw down to block up hole for Motep, which means that Firecrow is really the only brawler that is vulnerable to Motep's pull, and Firecrow can still heal up so much health passively with his star power if Motep is chipping him down from long range. It's not going to mean too much versus KyoDog, though. Got to double up on that lane. He is slowed down too. Will he get pinched off? He is healing up progressively, and Pekka and KyoDog mutually assure each other's fate. VT's in with a super in, might open up this goal. It is 1v2, a pass to Motep, not enough damage, and there's the stun from Motep. A goal for AC Milan Qlash, 40 on the clock for Chasmac to respond.
That was just fantastic brawl ball. Just absolutely well played, opening up that space with a kill, and then well positioned to find the goal here. Chasmac trying to do the same. Motep alive and well, though. And so the defense is strong. Motep goes down. KyoDog feeling good. Motep here to play defense, but surrounded and pounded, and the ball finds the hole, and we're tied at 1. Guaranteed overtime.
With the rest of these boxes breaking down, it's going to be so much more difficult. Never mind, big pull and max range for Motep, using the last that he can get out of that speed here.
Love
with
it.
The push is breaking down very soon. He might even be able to pass it in. Destruction on the left side. A KyoDog super forward just to lock it in, so it could be picked up by Griff, and a game victory for AQM. They've stolen back the momentum. It was not looking too promising, but the team play from these guys has been seriously on point throughout this set. The draft, I 100% still say, favors Chasmac Gaming BR vastly.
Yep.
But seeing those gene pulls connect and seeing AC Milan Qlash playing as a team very effectively is turning the tides quickly.
That's what they ultimately have to do here. Like I said, their job is not to be the aggressor or the defender. It's to allow Chasmac to start their plan and then mess it up. Here, AQM, they're able to just find a couple of picks, and at the end of the day, sure, that'll work as well. But ultimately, Chasmac have the better plan, and AQM just wants to mess it up. That said, AQM are just finding these kills, which can't bode well for Chasmac. Another quick note, we've been talking about the spike all day. No curveball here either. Yeah. So this seems to be what LATAM South likes to do here, is play the fertilizer.
And usually the argument is that fertilize, well, it's easier to dodge those shots, so don't run it. But, I mean, VT's still hitting these shots, so it doesn't even matter. He tagged up Firecrow just now. He's going to get even more damage on him, too. The chip damage is real, and it really adds up there towards the end. KyoDog powering through some of these sandbags as well. Super with the pass for Motep and the slot in. There's the goal. A minute 10 on the clock. And despite having so many counters, Chasmac Gaming BR are crumbling to the team play and simply the mechanics that AC Milan Qlash have to offer.
Just under a minute to go here. Chasmac Gaming took the first set, and AQM looking to tie us up here in set number 2. KyoDog, star player on the field, makes use of the left lane. Defense is strong, kicks the ball back out, and VT Zim alive, but not well. as the ball finds itself parked in front of the goal here for Chasmac, but they definitely have the upper hand for now. Dog 1v1, dodges left and right, has help from the mid, and P.E.K.K.A combined with Firecrow to take down the Stew. And we'll count down from 17 here ready. Chasmac has to find a goal.
Take down on the right side, but Tufa falls. That ball is left all alone. It's going to be up to P.E.K.K.A, and whoever can make it up to the enemy side in time. Motep doesn't have a pull either. Now he does actually pull onto P.E.K.K.A, connects. Just a few seconds left, and no one in sight to deliver this one. A little pin up in the air for Motep as well as they take this set. Well done by AC Milan Qlash. It's all tied up now on the match score.
That one felt really, really good here for AC Milan Qlash. And again, I love, this is my type of strategy. There's a philosophy that divides players up into the way they approach games. And real quick, spikes are players that, play to win all the time. Most of your competitive players are spikes. Johnnies are what we call players that want to be a little bit more creative with how they play. And here, this was the Johnny approach. They allowed Chasmac Gaming to kind of have the better draft. And they were like, listen, do what you want. We're going to nail these pulls. We're going to nail these Stew 1v1s. And all of these, kind of seemingly esoteric, the other plan will get us the victory, even though it's not exactly what you might expect. And I like that. That's winning with flair. That's winning with flavor. And if you're #1 team and you're looking to go to Worlds, like you said, you don't want to show everybody the #1 stuff, so you have to get creative. And I think that's a great example of them doing that. Just playing a little bit different, a little bit off meta, a little bit what you might not expect, and that allowed them to find the victory because they played it really, really well.
And not only does that deprive your enemy of, I guess, the luxury of playing versus something that they're used to, but it also gives you permission to play something that you are comfortable on, something that you're experienced on, something that you feel confident on. And there is nothing more important than that when you have lost 2 games in a row and you really got to find your footing once again. Find that comfort area and start to work from there, and then drive your comfort from the fact that, well, we just got a 2-0 sweep. Now we can kind of return to the strategy that, works most of the time and start getting the ball rolling. Well, I mean, ball's already rolled into the goal a few times. Now it's time for Kaboom Canyon, and we might see some rolling here too. Daryl could make an appearance, but he's a popular ban as well because he's just so dominant. No matter what heist map you might find yourself on, Kaboom Canyon's no different, but it does have this kind of, bushy control area towards mid that no doubt will be one of the hottest points of contention, especially if Amber shows up.
That's really what you're looking for. Man, you are
so
nailing
funny.
the puns today. You're that's debatable, but you are nailing the puns. And so, that said, you're also spitting. Amber definitely is going to be exciting on this one for sure. I immediately always go to the Daryls and the Colettes, so your roll pun also checks out. Listen, I'm not going to knock it because you're on point here. When it comes down to Kaboom Canyon, these are the selections that you're looking for. But also, we've seen still, again, the summer of Carl brought us bow every game, and we are not seeing that. But this is a map where I like to see the bow. I think bow works out really, really well, specifically on this map. And so we might see the old bow and arrow come on out here. Those mines can be devastating in the middle and definitely provide a lot of coverage for these squads. So picks and bans coming at you. Set number 3 with our first 2 split down the middle. And so eager to see where our bans wind up. And I think we will see some of the standard stuff. I think we'll see the Daryl ban almost certainly. And then following that, it's anyone's guess.
Well, we could see the Gale banned. I think that's a very real possibility. Being able to jump into mid is huge. AC Milan Qlash getting rid of that. And they don't have first pick either. So, yeah, dead. Really dead giveaway that you don't have first pick if you are getting rid of Gale, because that can be such a frustrating thing to deal with here. Even though you have last pick and you're more viable to get a tank, free positioning in mid is so valuable here, and that's really the only way to get it unless you consider Eve, which I think I expected you to react a little bit because, yeah, she's not going to be a good brawler here. That's the only really other way that you get into mid, unless Janet decides she's going to fly over there. She's going to jump in there as well. I wouldn't knock that either. Carl can also effectively push up to mid. So we'll see if that is the strategy. Chasmac Gaming BR need to carefully assess, though, what are they going to do versus a tank? Because Griff can still get outranged by other brawlers, so they can go for something relatively safe. Usually Colette is a great way to get safe damage too, and that could be a solid pick for them, but once again, Milan Qlash have tons of way to respond.
Waiting for this last pick here from Qlash. Probably want something. Okay, we're going to see the 8-bit for the first time today. And across the way, Otis will be the last selection here. Otis does well against the Carl, can stop a mid-super like that. However, the Janet, not really a concern here. At the end of the day, I think Chasmac just wants a little bit more work playing the Otis, because this is one of the newer brawlers as far as like viability is concerned. When he first came out, he was a little bit weak, so players weren't playing him. And now the change, well, now we see a lot of Otis. And so with Worlds on the horizon, again, this is your final practice stage. And it's real. There's money on the line here, but both of these teams, that's why I think we're seeing some of these creative drafts, because they have the opportunity to kind of bring it out. So far, AC Milan Qlash doing a ton of damage to Chasmac. They're leading by a whole lot, 66-95.
Yeah, Chasmac Gaming BR, their composition doesn't really lend itself too much towards mobility, nor does it lend itself towards getting solid damage when they finally do connect with that save. Kyodog's in a really tricky position, take down as well. Kyodog will fall. Tufa also picking up that kill. Pekka trying to make things happen in close range. He responds with only a few ammo. Motep's going to take him down from long range. This is one that I would be almost inclined to say is chalked once 8-bit gets that turret up, because beyond then, he outspeeds, he outranges, he outdamages every single brawler on the map, even the ones on his own team, but of course he's not fighting versus those. He also still has to get back up to mid, and it doesn't look like Chasmac are going to be able to stop that, at least for now.
Insane damage. VT Zim right side takes down Tufa, and just 24% remains on the heist box. And here comes the safe crack. Boom. Just like that. Blue team finds the win. AC Milan Qlash again in control, comfortably as well. Didn't really seem like Chasmac had a dog in that fight whatsoever.
Not at all. And I think, once again, once that mid control in the early game went to AC Milan Qlash, Chasmac Gaming BR, they simply weren't able to defend and push back into mid even once for the remainder of the game. That is objective facts. And it makes me a little curious as to why they are breaking open the middle of these obstacles at mid, because it can give them an easier push into mid, but it also means that Kyodog can do stuff like this. Peck around the left side, trying to pump out enough damage, but it's not going to be possible. VT Zim circling overhead, a kill onto Firecrow. Now a pinch onto Pekka is possible. Kyodog still will fall, but VT Zim has the positioning at mid. Pekka also has to sit back while he waits. VT Zim sitting in this powered-up turret. 1-2 shots already, dropping Tufa below half health. More damage onto Firecrow, but mid could go back to Chasmac as Firecrow is getting some serious damage. Pekka silences Kyodog on the left, and he will get to pump out some safe damage.
67% remaining on Chasmac, whereas AC Milan Qlash just now taking a little bit of damage here. Only 8% dealt by CMG, though. So AQM certainly doing well, I would say. Certainly a twist from set number 1 as VT Zim again takes to the sky, has a player in their sights. The Griff able to stay up for the moment. VT Zim and Kyodog combine, and now we're just laying into the safe. Sub 40% and a minute to go.
We don't have caster cams on here, but if there were caster cams, you would see me cringing, because that is so much damage. It hurts to watch.
It does.
With one gadget and just a volley of 3 shots from VT Zim, they take 20% off of that save, and they're here to do it again. Firecrow and Pekka, they're grouped up on the left side. VT Zim will pick up the kill. Motep not fast enough to get away from that super. Zufa and Pekka still teaming up. Last shot coming in from VTZM. It's a kill.
See you later.
The final bomb. And AC Milan Qlash are on a roll. 4-game victories in a row. What shifted mentally for these guys?
Honestly, can I just say it?
Go for it.
Game 1, they played against Sam. Set 1, they played against Sam. I really think it's that simple. I think AC Milan Qlash are the better team here. Chasmac Gaming not trailing, like not the absolute, oh my god, they're so terrible. But we're looking at number 1 and number 2. There is a gap between number 1 and number 2. Our first set, Chasmac got access to, in my opinion, the most powerful brawler in the game. And they won pretty handedly. After that, we haven't seen Sam, and it's been 2-0, 2-0, pretty hands down. Like, just pow. And so, realistically, what changed? They banned Sam. I think that's what changed. Straight up and down.
And we even saw Chasmac ban Sam when it came to set number 2. It didn't really bode well in their favor, but we didn't even really see any possible success for tanks in that one either. And I'll still stand by it. I will stand by what I said earlier. Chasmac, I think they had the better draft when it came to Brawl Ball. I think they really, really did, especially with the walls broken open. But the mechanics from AQM were what set them apart and what got them there. And this is not unique to AQM, right? We see lots of other teams that are a bit behind on drafting, but have had the mechanics to back it up for years. And they're still riding that, and it puts them distinctly above the rest. Now when it comes to out in the open, drafting, once again, gonna be a topic of contention. It's always going to have a severe impact on the game, but mechanics are absolutely, seriously going to be the difference maker, because this is a primarily long-range map, unless you use that jump pad and get some tanks delivered into mid, a special delivery for your opponents.
I mean, listen, very, very rarely, I want to say never, but only a Sith speaks in absolutes. Very rarely is a game won or lost in picks and bans. It just isn't. You have to play the actual game. I don't care. I don't even care what game you're talking about. That's why we play the actual game. And you have these, you know, I look at that Brawl Ball composition, and I don't disagree with you, but I think it was also different, not just better, where we have like this better approach here. Shout out to the Shiba Inu bear in the background. We have this better approach from CMG, but it's a shotgun, whereas the approach from AQM was more a laser precision sniper shot. And so most of the time, that Chasmac draft is going to be best in most situations. But for exactly what AC Milan Qlash wanted to do, that's what they needed. They needed that gene pull. They needed that stew, and they made it work. And I told you, the whole Johnny Spike thing, love it. Love that approach, because they understand the game so well that they're able to kind of find that niche selection, if you will. So we'll see what winds up happening here out in the open. Carl banned out across the board. Love to see that. And the gene, I think, also really, really important here. I will straight up ask the question, why the Squeak ban?
Squeak, because he can lock down one of the lanes for practically the entire game, because there's really only one way into mid that, you know, is not a total gamble. The jump pad is the gamble, but you have to move around the right side of these obstacles. But Chasmac Gaming BR, they don't really seem to care. They're going to pick Brock here, so they'll carve out their own way through those obstacles into mid, but that's the whole idea, is that you lock down that choke point, and if you do manage to force your enemy back, then they are seriously trapped there. Another thing is that Squeak, his reload speed and also the length that his shots stay on the ground are just perfect to keep a lane at bay for the entire game. It's like the timing syncs up absolutely perfectly. It's just impossible to get past. That said, though, with him banned out, things are going to be a little more active, actually. AC Milan Qlash picking up Piper and Otis, two very strong brawlers right now. Tick also going to be huge. Nanny is an interesting pick here. It's going to outrange Piper. Not sure how practical it will be, given that there are some obstacles at mid. Maybe the idea is that Brock breaks them open. Piper's capable of wall break too, let's not forget that. And also, check out these pushes, and this kind of harkens back to the bans a little bit, but we see why Gene is such a hot ban here, because you rely a lot on those bushes to succeed, and Gene can always scout them out with his shots and vision gear equipped to see enemies at all times. Not the situation now. Milan Qlash are actually backed up A lot. It's evident why they got rid of Squeak.
Great breakdown. And now we see VT Zim controlling Firecrow a fair amount here, honestly. Firecrow taking way more damage than he originally signed up for. And Cow Dog cheating over to the left side to kind of confirm the kill. Won't happen, though, as FC able to heal up. Now being pushed in the corner. Gas coming in. Motep in trouble. Just kidding. The turnaround strong. Firecrow low. Firecrow dead. AQM easily takes round 1.
That was also one of the most creative uses of the jump pad that I saw just a moment ago. VT Zim said, I'm going to plot my tick super on that. And, you know, surprise, Firecrow. Yeah, death from above. And usually Firecrow's the one that would be proclaiming that with his super, but he hasn't been able to get in range to get a super, actually. And here it comes again, actually. I can't believe he did it twice. It's not going to get him that much room versus Firecrow. At least wasted a couple shots. Here comes the Peep, actually, circling around, trying to get a kill on the Coyote Dog. Ideally, VT Zim is going to be able to take it. Perfect timing on that gadget. Some damage at long range, too, from Tufa, but no kill confirmation. Motep and Coyote Dog backed up around the right side. Pekka using that range as much as he can. He knows that he outranges Piper. He just has to be able to lock on those shots. So far, though, Milan Qlash, they continue to push back into mid effectively. Some wall break here. Big damage. There's the first takedown. And Chasmac have turned it into 2 and 3.
Pekka.
Instant win right there. Pekka's insane.
Was that an ace? Was that all 3 for Pekka? Because he got at least 2 of them. I missed a kill feed, but Pekka hit all 3 players. Not sure if he found the killing blow on all 3, but very, very impressive on the Nani right here. Pekka was the go-to guy way earlier in the day, and so to see him kind of bringing things here towards the end, back against the wall, down a set, unsurprised, Reddy.
Yeah, not super shocking to seeing these guys pop off, but the question is who comes out on top at the end of the day. Well, Coyote Dog is going to get exploded by the AoE from Pekka. Yeah, Pekka's on top. At least for now, there's still outplay potential for Milan Qlash, but they're really, really outmatched here. Now it's just VT Zim. It's always just the tick that's left. A little shield as he charges bravely into the poison. And Chasmac Gaming VR take game number 1. One more, and we go to set number 5. One for the opponent. We head to a match point.
Very fitting, I think, as we, in our final monthly finals here in LATAM South, our number 1 seed and our number 2 seed not only find themselves in the grand finals, but potentially in a game 5. So these teams have matched up, I believe, 5 times in the grand finals, and so definitely no strangers to this best of 5 scenario between these 2 squads.
Pekka and Tufa both at very low health. VT Zim avoiding a lot of damage, but it's just not enough. He's totally pinched in. And Chasmac Gaming BR take the lead once again. One more round victory for them, and we're going to set number 5. Milan Qlash, not done yet, though. Coyote Dog is, although he's backed up in these bushes, he's not done for just yet. He can super. That Peep's going to come right back around to bite him if possible. VT Zim going to tank a lot of that damage, take down into Motep around the left side. Yeah. little quack there too. Pekka, I mean, well, he's on the skin with the duck, so maybe he's the one quacking, but VT Zim, once again, the last one alive. Maybe he can turn it around, but it's going to be hard. Nope.
Yeah, that was a little... I watched Otis jump pad in and just kind of like, why'd you do that? And so we will go to a set number 5, 2-2, tied up all the way to the end, baby. This is what we ask for, man. This is what we want. We get a chance to see these 2 teams go head to head, and then the next time we see them on the field, they will be playing on an international stage. So yes, please Give me the bonus brawl. Let us go all the way to 5. We're here at Layer Cake Bounty. One of my favorite bounty maps as well, because just the way you're able to kind of play step by step, you can really make these like turn by turn strategies. You can go, all right, push forward, make a move, reset. Push forward, make a move, reset. And I like that type of gameplay. It's a little slower, or it can be a little slower, but I like that meticulous approach. So me, I'm eating. This is a treat for me.
I mean, can never go wrong with some fun layer cake action, especially because of course, you know, I like the gameplay, but I also like looking at the draft and breaking down how that goes, because you whittle down the possibilities. You eliminate 3 brawlers on one side, 3 brawlers on the next, and you gradually start to eliminate viable brawlers. And sometimes some out-of-the-box thinking is the ticket to success here. We've seen just what is possible on this map, in this region today and in other regions as well. Once again, tanks with a lot of mobility are my absolute favorite to watch here, because they have the most possibility to go for something extremely aggressive at the enemy spawn and then get right back out. Sure, getting punished, but still, they're able to get out of there. Daryl's a fantastic example. I will never shut up about him, because he can roll over water. And that's like the one way to get out of spawn, of your enemy spawn, without being in their line of sight. And that is one that absolutely has to be banned out here by the team that gets first pick. Another consideration is, you know, let's remove some of the other brawlers that break open walls and things if we want to run some of those brawlers as well. It, in all, comes down to the draft. First pick could be like a solid janitor or something, but it comes down to the bans too.
Absolutely. You know, the draft is so important. I always say that, you know, it's not going to win you the game, but it absolutely can put you in a winning position. So it changes the way you have to approach the game. It changes the way your teammates have to approach the game. It changes the way your opponent obviously has to approach the game. It changes the way you got to think about your game, right? If you're playing, you know, just pick 2 strategies, Poco double tank versus 3. Like, you just have to think about and execute and play. The entire thing changes. That's what, I mean, well, that's why we like the game, right? Because it's dynamic. So jumping into Layer Cake here, very excited to see where these teams wind up going as we one more time get ready to take the field here. And I'm curious as to see what selections will be available for us.
Carl's definitely one that comes to mind. He's a high mobility, high health brawler, gets free kills on certain brawlers that are fantastic here. Especially the brawlers that derive their strength from having long range to keep enemies at bay, and in turn trade off a lot of the health and close range potential they would have. As a last pick, of course. As far as other brawlers that could accent him, we do have some bans flying through in just a moment here. One that comes to mind for me is Gene, because that can get rid of a lot of thrower possibilities. Chasmac Gaming can absolutely go for a Sprout at the end of the day too. And we'll see the Gene ban on the side of Chasmac for AC Milan Qlash, getting rid of the bow. And you love to hate this one, F-Dot, and I totally agree. He's super frustrating to play against.
Yeah, very, very problematic for sure. No Sam ban. Do you pick Sam?
Sam is absolutely possible as a last pick. We saw what Chasmac were capable of with this brawler. He can get all the way to the enemy spawn and get out. Now, he can't walk over water or anything, but he can, you know, have a star power and have a super and just heal himself infinitely as he does.
He could just heal himself every time.
Yeah. And if you're close to, he heals himself for he heals himself for 30% of his missing health, which means that, you know, if you have like a Colonel Ruff supply drop or something, you get up where, you know, close up to over 9,000 health. Okay, 3,000 health. That's more than Poco heals you. GG. But still, you got to be able to execute on it. And if you're facing tank counters, especially ones that can stun you or anti-heal and the like, then that could throw some more spanners in the works, if you will. Here comes the Gale on the side of AC Milan Qlash, and that's going to be a great preemptive counter to any tanks. It doesn't eliminate them, mind you. Carl is also going to be a fantastic first pick for them because it allows them to get immediately up to mid, grab that blue star, and then start retreating. And defending on this map is way easier than playing offense.
You can tell the B selected here. You and I both have used the phrase spanner in the works today. And it's like a very British, it's a very British idiom. So you can tell.
Thank you, Art, for putting that in my vocabulary.
We're two of the more American sounding people on the broadcast. And we're out here using the Britishisms. I love it. We truly are a global community here at Brawl Stars Esports. Last selection to go team up with Leon and Bonnie. I would like to see, I'll be honest, I wasn't going to say the Piper. I was going to say the Brock, but I like the Piper. Same character. The idea was no tank because of the B, and you still have to find some long-range damage. So I love the Piper selection, better than the Brock choice. She does have that wall break available to her. So I like this selection out of Chasmac. AQM, though, I might like their draft a little bit more.
I actually really see the consistent thinking through Chasmac's draft, but for AC Milan Qlash, after seeing Brawl Ball, I'm a firm believer that they can win this one by pure raw mechanics. We can also see that AC Milan Qlash, they've already gotten that first blue start. Pekka actually does pick up the kill, though. The entire purpose of placing down that lollipop drop on the left side, wow, huge wall break too, yeah. Pekka has the speed, so he can dodge out the shots from Motep, and he also is just not visible and has very similar range. The deal with lollipop drop also at the beginning of the game is that it gives you good potential versus any snipers at mid, but with that blue star, or rather a kill, the lead being immediately taken back by Chasmac, that is going to work very well if he decides to keep doing it. But for now, he's farming up a super versus Coyote Dog. Takedown from Motep onto Pekka. Things are starting to catch up with Chasmac.
That's the thing, is that Chasmac Gaming have the much better draft for the majority of the game. If we're just playing layer versus layer, Chasmac have the range and they're going to do it. But when the game gets towards that end and we see that bum rush, like Chasmac have the range, but AQM they have the meats. You'll just go in and you'll just hit everybody with the Carl super. You'll follow it up with some of the damage out of the Gale, and I like AQM's ability to kind of play very aggressive. It's going to be how big is the lead that Chasmac has at the end of it. Well, the problem is right now, AQM have the lead themselves. I don't think Chasmac expected that. Pekka on the left side won't find the kill against Motep, and I think they really wanted that.
15 seconds left. There's a stun from Coyote Dog. Fire Crow manages to survive. Take down Coyote Dog. Pekka still trying to hit Motep. He manages to dodge it out. Tufa has to get this kill. VT's in with the gadget away. AC Milan Qlash, they're home safe. That is this game going their way. Beautifully played by AC Milan Qlash, but they really did have a close run there. And this you can tell by the discussion, this was not a confident game for them, especially there towards the end. They survived really by the skin of their teeth, especially Motep on the back lines, dodging out that one shot from Pekka.
That's what it was. I was watching that duel the entire time. They survived because Motep outplayed Pekka. That's why they won this game. Motep outplayed his matchup. Both in the early game, Pekka won and blew up the mid, and after that, Motep beat Pekka every single time, whether it was a kill or not. And that's why AQM wind up with the dub. One away from the grand finals.
AC Milan Qlash are playing very cautiously. They're not giving up that blue star. They didn't last game either, but they did give up the lead pretty early on from some very aggressive plays from Motep. This time, though, they're actually denying a lot of shots to Pekka. He will line up a shot onto Coyote Dog, who's very low. They got to crack open this side, line up some shots onto Motep. Not going to be possible. VTZim is defending them so well. Everyone's on such low health. And Chasmac Gaming, they can't be too greedy, but they're still going to line up the shots. Full team kill. But they have to maintain this position. They have to retreat to this layer and stagger the retreat or just stay in this position. AC Milan Qlash still have a lot of way to go if they want to bring this one back, but Chasmac is very rapidly retreating, so this is not good for them, especially as VTZim picks up a kill.
So this is where I expected the game to be. Chasmac with a slight lead and AQM coming in here towards the end of the game and leveraging their composition to make sense in these corners. Carl has the super available. Gale's going to be able to stun people up and then let his team go crazy. Or Coyote Dog can just get a kill himself. A little dangerous here as the stun gun going to walk into enemy territory. Tufa falls down to the hand of BT Zim. Tied at 11. Blue Star in the hand of AQM. And with 3 seconds to go, push away, push down. AQ Milan Qlash, your #1 seed, win another monthly finals.
Oh man, and that had to be a miscalculation there towards the end.
Look at him.
The super in from Bonnie gave them just that blue star that they needed. I guess the water tasted really bad there on the back left. Okay, now he's gonna drink it.
Let
Good
him know,
stuff for
boys.
Milan Qlash. Yeah, well done. And they end off the year with a dominant record of monthly finals victories.
Man, they are excited. Cow Dog, I love to see him this amped up. Oh, he's going for it, man.
Oh, man.
He is there. Like, I love to watch this kid play. I think he is so individually incredible. But Motep right there in the middle, Motep was my guy today. Cow Dog played fantastically on the stew earlier, and honestly, watching him play aggro Gale in this last matchup was actually really, really cool for me. But honestly, Motep stole the spotlight from him this monthly finals. Fantastic individual play from Motep, not just in that last one with the B versus the Piper, but all throughout the day. Motep. That was the guy. And frankly speaking, yo, when you have a go-to star player, in my eyes, it's Cow Dog, and the other teammates kind of step up and supersede you, that's only a positive, because that means everybody is moving on up. And with Worlds on the horizon, AQM, this is how you represent your region. Very exciting to see them do their thing.
It's amazing to see them do their thing. It's fantastic that they've stayed together for so long and found similar success every single time they queue into a monthly final. And when they do get taken down, it's a darn close match. And when Chasmac rolls up on the field, it's always going to be a good one too. And today it did not disappoint at all. But in the end, it seems like even in a 3-2 situation and all the other matches going 2-0, 0-2, or 3-0 and the like, we couldn't escape the sweeps, could we? At least within the set score, we still find them.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's kind of indicative of these teams where, you know, Chasmac just had the upper card when it comes down to knockout for sure. But sometimes these top teams, these very, very talented squads, it just comes down to what they're feeling in that particular game mode. And so you see AQM 2-0, 3-0, but the finals did take them all 5 games. Now, AC Milan Qlash and Chasmac Gaming, the #1 and the #2 seed. We kind of knew that these guys were top of the region. They already locked themselves into finals. And then looking at the bigger picture, a lot of crazy stuff was going on. And this is what we're looking at. That 3rd position was not locked in coming into today's competition. ZerøZone, Vatra, and Portuguesa Esports were all up for the running. Vatra Gaming lost in the quarterfinals, and so they were out immediately. Portuguesa, they made it to semis, but they needed to win out. And with ZerøZone losing in the semis, Portuguesa needed to find a dub. They couldn't. And because of that, ZerøZone will be your representative in Paris at the Brawl Stars World Championship. They'll be joining the likes of AC Milan Qlash, Chasmac Gaming, and all these other teams.
Amazing stuff. Things are seriously closing in across the globe. EMEA looking so confident right now as well. Just that last spot being available as well. And NA, that's the only region left where we have a couple of spots that need to be confirmed. One needs to be confirmed by Vatra Gaming simply arriving to the monthly final. And the other one, it could be Vanguard, it could be STMN. It's a potential matchup in the semifinals for them. And, well, STMN has to win the entire monthly final. What I'm trying to say is it goes beyond LATAM South. The rest of the regions, every single one, it's closing in, and the stakes are the highest they have been for the entire year. It is the paramount event of this year before the World Finals.
Man, this is such a crazy time because, like, you know, doing these monthly finals, doing Brawl for years, being in the scene, you start to get to know these teams, you start to make friends with these guys, and, like, you just want everybody to go to Worlds, but only some teams can. And so it all comes down to this, Ready. I mean, what an incredible way to kind of lock things up for LATAM. We're getting a chance to see ZerøZone make it to Worlds. Did you predict that?
ZerøZone going to Worlds? It was looking very, very likely, but I was still expecting I was expecting to see some stuff from Vatra, but I think that might be one of those things where the growing pains are over. We get to see those guys come back next year, and the exact same goes for Portuguesa. I would love to see those guys back up on the world stage. They are storied players, and I think they can grace the world stage once again under very much earned circumstances.
Got to agree. We've got a deep, mature, and complex esport here. It's no longer, if you don't make it this time, it's never going to happen again. I look at these teams long-term, big picture, and I see greatness in the wings. Very excited to kind of see where these squads are going. Congratulations to AC Milan Qlash, Chasmac Gaming, and newly anointed ZerøZone. Those three teams will represent the LATAM South region at the Brawl Stars World Championship live in Paris, France. As for us, that's going to do it. We still have plenty of more monthly finals to go. The very next one is going to be October 8th at 4 p.m. KST. You'll see the East Asia monthly finals there. You don't want to miss any of the Brawl action. My name's F-Dot. That's Ready Set for all our friends that put on the show. Thank you for watching. We'll catch you next time. Peace and Brawl on.